Okay, welcome back, members of council. So we're ready to continue with our meeting after our break. So the first item that we're going to be dealing with right now is a presentation by Patrick Lee, Director of Policy Planning, and Sybil Von Kersel, Manager of Policy Planning, regarding the request for endorsement, official plan update, and key directions. Item 13.3 and 13.4. This is a 10-minute presentation. Councillor Pirelli, I see your request to speak, but right now we're waiting to hear a presentation. What are you speaking to, Councillor Pirelli? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. I've had an hour now. Lunch was quick, and so I've had an opportunity to have a second view at the consent sheet, and I want to thank the councillor, my colleagues who contacted me and assisted me with this. Full disclosure, I was involved in a motor vehicle accident on the weekend, and I was taken to hospital, et cetera, but I didn't get an opportunity to view all the agenda items in their fulsomeness. And so I had some questions, and that 1 hour gave me the opportunity to look at them. So, and I want to thank Councillor Liu especially. And if it pleases the council, I'm happy to allow those other items on consent to go through. It's up to you, Mr. Chairman, how you want to deal with it. But in an interest of saving some time, I'm satisfied with them going through on consent.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, well, I think what we need to do right now is I'll go to Mr. Clerk. So procedurally, how can we do this? Because essentially what we would be doing is we would be going backwards in our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think procedurally the way to do it, and perhaps our regional local council Pirelli would make the motion to reconsider council's earlier decision when it came to pulling items and not. In which case, if that, assuming that motion passed on a 2/3 vote, then it would be open for us just to proceed and make sure that we were pulling only the items that want to be pulled, and to the adoption of those items not requiring separate discussion. So I believe procedurally it's a motion to reconsider that decision, and then to go forward, assuming that passes on a 2/3 vote.
Okay, Councillor Pirelli, does that sound amenable to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Heike, for that guidance. Yes.
A seconder for that motion. I need a seconder to reconsider, to go back to look at the items that required separate discussion. Okay. Sorry, is that are you seconding, Councillor Liu?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Sure. You know what, let's get it up on the screen. That's a good point. So council knows our clerk is typing furiously to capture this. It'll be prepared, I think, momentarily. is a much faster typer than me. I can guarantee by the sound on the keyboard. Okay. Council Liu, whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Also, please consider his earlier decision and proceed to reconsider identified items for.
Your mic
Yeah.
is on, Counselor.
Oh, yes, I'm just reading the motion because I'm trying to understand what we are trying to achieve here. So does that mean that we're not separating every single agenda item? We are reconsidering that? Okay, if our procedural bylaw allow that, I'm more than happy to second that. Thank you.
So I think, to be clear, Councillor Liu, I think that's
Right.
mostly the answer. The only part I would add, subject to clarification by Mr. Clerk, this is a motion, if passed in 2/3 majority, to go back and consider which items we want to separate and which items we don't want to separate. So it's a two-step process, I believe.
That's
And
correct.
Mr. Clerk is nodding, so
That's correct. Yeah.
does that clarify for you, Councillor Liu?
Yes. So if that's the case, I'll withdraw my second. Thank you.
Okay, anybody willing to second that? Okay, seeing none, I guess at that point.
I want to be clear here.
Councillor Barros, are you planning on seconding the motion?
Well, I'm trying to be clear on the intent here. The intent is to go back and just have the items removed that there's delegations for, and then have the rest of it approved on the consent agenda. But I guess what I'm hearing is, if no one else is willing to second it, everyone's happy with the meeting that's laid out at this point, where we're going to discuss every single item on the agenda.
Okay, so are you willing to second this motion, Councillor Barros?
I don't know why everyone wouldn't have their hands up to do it. I'll second it, sure.
Okay, the item is seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. Now, keep in mind that for this, it's a motion to reconsider, so we would need a 2/3 majority in order for this to pass. So all those in favor? Okay, that looks like we have more than 2/3. So at this point in time, we'll go back to the consent agenda. Sorry,
Recorded vote,
the,
recorded vote.
Okay.
Sorry, you said it seems like we have 2/3. I wasn't convinced.
that was a little bit of sarcasm, so
Oh, okay.
a little bit of levity in our day.
Then
Mr.
I don't think we need a recorded vote. We now
No,
understand,
we need
we
a
now
recorded
understand
vote.
it was a
No, a
joke.
recorded vote's been called. Let's do the
No,
recorded vote.
I'm
Mr.
curious, Councillor Barros, to see who would vote against that.
Mr. Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you. Do you, Mr. Chair, voting on the motion to reconsider, Regional Local Councillor Pirelli?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor West.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Barros.
That's-
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you. Regional Local Councillor DePaula.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Silovets.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Munch.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion does carry unanimously.
Okay, going back to the identifying issues of items required separate discussion. Beforehand, I did mention that there are a number on your consent sheet that are separated because of delegations or a need for direction. Are there any other items on the consent or on your consent sheet that you would like pulled at this time? Councillor Barros.
I would move that we move my motion is that we accept the consolidated agenda and proceed.
I'm still waiting just to make sure that there's nobody that would want to pull anything at all at this time.
So can we, what's being processed? I'm lost here. What
I
are
was the
we,
only one with my hand up.
just go one at a one, please tell us what's being pulled.
Okay, so at this time, the things that are not being pulled do not have a delegation and are not looking for a direction. 13.1, 13.2, 13.5, 13.6, 13.8, 13.9, 13.10, 13.11, 13.12, 13.13, 13.15. The additions of 13, 16, 17, and 18 can be adopted on consent. The member motions cannot be, and then the bylaws subject.
No, we have to hold the bylaws.
So 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 18, 1 cannot be dealt with at this time, but the rest can be. So is there anything of those ones that anybody would like to pull to discuss separately? Okay, Councillor Silovitz.
Sorry, I too am confused. Can you tell me where the 13.7 is going to be discussed?
It needs direction. If you would like to pull that, then you can speak first to that.
Yeah, 13.7, please.
Okay. Anything else?
13.3.
Okay, that's already being pulled, Councillor, because there's a delegation.
Okay, just so I was asking to go through it so we could do it. So I want to make sure we're online there. Okay.
If everybody's okay, all right. So seeing none others, I need a motion to adopt the rest. Councillor Corelli, Councillor DePaula. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. All right. So we're now looking, as I mentioned earlier, to do a presentation from Patrick Lee and Sybil Von Purcell about the key directions report, and this is a 10-minute presentation. So Mr. Lee and Ms. Von Purcell, if you're available, you can start when you're ready.
Maybe if we could get the slides up on the screen, that would be great. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. City staff are very pleased to present the key directions report for the official plan update. This is a very important foundational piece for the OP update, and it'll provide guidance on how we will work to shape the city over the next 20 years. You've probably heard a fair bit about desire for details in certain geographic areas, and I want to be clear that staff are working very hard on all of those details, and they'll come forth as we move through 2022, and we'll be doing a considerable amount of public consultation with all of the stakeholders involved with respect to those details. But what's in front of you today is the foundation and the direction that's very important in terms of the type of city we want to have moving forward over the next 20 years. And that's about all I'll say. Sybil will finish off the presentation and provide you with a little bit more insight into all of the key directions, and I'll turn it over to Sybil at this point.
Thank you, Patrick, and good afternoon, Mayor West and members of council. Maybe if we could just move to the next slide, please. So the purpose of the key directions report is to provide a framework for the updating of the official plan that ensures that the proposed vision and urban structure for City Plan 2041 that we have consulted on in the early part of 2021 can be achieved, while also applying the 4 pillars of the official plan update for evaluating policy and our mapping changes. Next slide, please. As a reminder, the vision expressed in the key directions report has been shared in our engagement with you and the public, and to date, we have received general support for it. This stated vision is a recognition of the city's enviable location in the heart of York Region and the GTA in general. This vision statement recognizes our central location within the region's urban communities and that it hosts 2 bus rapid transit lines, GO stations, a future subway system, and full Southern Transit. This vision leads us to establish an urban structure that supports transit-oriented, vibrant community development. The statement provides official plan direction that supports Richmond Hill as a robust regional mixed-use community, and it directs us to invest in public infrastructure that not only supports residents and businesses of Richmond Hill, but also those of York Region. And finally, it brings about a call to action to partner with York Region and other levels of government, agencies, stakeholders, developers, and the public to achieve common city building goals. Next slide, please. The 4 pillars of the official plan update are related to growing our economy, developing our communities with design excellence in mind, ensuring our communities continue to protect our environment and develop in an environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable manner, and also that our communities grow in a manner that protects, enhances our cherished places in a way that enhances and promotes the Richmond Hill identity and responds to the diversity of cultures and lifestyles of current and future residents and workers in Richmond Hill. Next slide, please. The development of the key directions report stems from a wide range of consultation we undertook over the last 2 years with the official plan update committee, council, stakeholders, and the public. The vision, pillars, and urban structure were developed, consulted on, and presented to council and the public in phase 1 of our OP update process through official plan update committee meetings, an open house, and an online survey. During phase 2, we undertook 7 workshops and issued 7 surveys in the spring and summer of 2021 to begin to develop the key directions. In the fall of 2021, we held an official plan update committee meeting, open house, and an online survey to receive feedback on emerging key directions. And finally, in November, we released the key directions report and brought it to council for endorsement. And in accordance with the council direction, we extended the consultation period for the report to receive additional feedback before bringing the report back to you today. All the input we receive will be factored into our subsequent OPA development in phase 3 of our official plan update work. This breadth of consultation created opportunities to inform and be informed by the public and stakeholders, and as such, we will continue to occur in phase 3 of our official plan update process. Next slide, please. In a nutshell, the intention of the key directions report is threefold: to articulate a 2041 vision for city planning, to establish an urban structure that directs the majority of growth to a network of centers and corridors, supports economic development by enabling more jobs within the city, and ensures development is environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable. And finally, to address key issues affecting the city, including housing affordability, outmigration of residents for jobs, climate change mitigation and adaptation, and accommodating a diversity of lifestyles among city residents and workers. Next slide, please. On that basis, the report recommends that when updating the official plan, we ensure that changes to the plan update the official plan vision and accordingly update the urban structure to reflect new mixed-use areas and major transit station areas to support investments in public transit. To plan our communities in a manner that considers the physical, environmental, social, and economic attributes of the community to make it a place that people want to live, work, and play. To direct majority of growth to centers and corridors and ensure that new development is supported by suitable public infrastructure and that new development provides social, economic, and environmental benefits to the community overall. To plan for the city's need to increase the supply of employment opportunities by consulting with the business industry and considering policy changes that attract and retain investment. And to address the impacts of a changing climate through land use planning. And finally, to enable the use of tools provided in the Planning Act to improve and enhance implementation of official plan policies geared to the provision of affordable housing and the protection of natural environment, and to improve public engagement in general with Indigenous communities. And lastly, to clarify policies and address conformity with provincial plans and the regional official plan. Next slide, please. As noted in the next steps of the recommendation report, the updating of the official plan will need to occur through the adoption of several official plan amendments. The report recommends carrying out these amendments in 3 batches. The first batch can occur prior to the regional official plan being adopted and then approved by the province. The report recommends bringing these 2 official plan amendments related to vision and urban structure into neighborhoods by July of 2022. The Vision and Urban Structure Official Plan Amendment is a foundational OPA to establish new mixed-use areas within the existing settlement. Once this OPA is adopted and approved, it then lays the groundwork for what is to come in the subsequent batches of amendments. The Neighborhood OPA is one that is intended to address some of the recommendations coming out of Council with respect to the endorsement of the affordable housing strategy, and also to put into action measures that help our residents to truly experience a life where their day-to-day needs can be served within a 15-minute walking distance from their home. More on these official plan amendments will be shared with the Official Plan Update Committee, Council, and the public in the coming months. Following adoption of these 2 official plan amendments and of the regional official plan, we will begin in earnest to develop and consult on and bring forward the batch 2 and batch 3 official plan amendments that are listed on this slide. Please note that this timeline is largely dictated by the regional official plan and its approval by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, which is not subject to appeal. At this time, regional staff are...
Sorry, Ms. Von Purcell, we seem to have lost quorum. Oh, there's Councillor Chan. Sorry, we've got it back. Thank you. Members of council, if we can make sure that you're keeping your video on as much as possible so we don't lose quorum. My apologies, Ms. Von Purcell, continue.
Thank you. At this time, regional staff are consulting with the public on the draft of regional official plan and are seeking comments by March 31st. We will be providing council with a staff report prior to the deadline in order to share with the region a council endorsed position with respect to the regional official plan. Regional staff have indicated that following consultation on the regional official plan, they intend to bring a final plan for regional council adoption in June of 2022. On that basis, provincial approval of the ROP is likely to take place in late 2022. To inform, next slide, please. To inform the key directions and the forthcoming official plan amendments, we are relying on consultation and the various related city initiatives. This slide provides an overview of the reference material that was used and will continue to be used through this process. Some of these inputs are complete and are approved by council, whereas others are in process. We are intentionally working with material that are in process to ensure that these initiatives are appropriately aligned. Next slide, please. This official plan update process and its future implementation requires ongoing participation of city staff, residents, businesses, and council, as well as many stakeholders, interest groups, levels of government, and agencies which are listed on the slide. For that reason, staff continue to endeavor to update and include representatives from these sectors in the future consultation regarding the official plan amendments to come between now and the end of 2023. Next slide, please. So this brings me to the conclusion of our presentation with a reminder of the recommendations in staff report SRPI 21-118, wherein we ask that council receive this report and refer comments back to staff and endorse the key directions report. As noted on the slide and in the staff report, endorsement of the key directions report ensures that we all have a clear understanding of the scope of changes to the official plan that we should consider and consult on during this official plan update. Forms the foundation for future amendments to the official plan and guides the next phase of the city's official plan update process. Endorsement also directly responds to and aligns with all 4 of council's strategic priority areas, and it supports the city's commitment to address climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Kersel. That very comprehensive, and I know that's represents an enormous amount of work up to this point from both the community and from staff. And I appreciate all the work that's been done, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of other members of council as well. So at this time, we have some delegations related to that item. The first delegation, I believe, is delegation 12.2, Pamela Harak, regarding the request for endorsement official plan update key directions. So Ms. Harak, if you are available.
Good afternoon, Mayor Barrow. As Mayor West, you can see I'm speaking here and Pamela's next to me. She's a little bit chickening out from her prepared speech.
No
So
problem.
I will do that, and I'll try to keep my 5 minutes intact. So let's go. Do you consent, Pamela? Yeah, okay. So we are here today first to air our concern regarding our particular area that's mentioned within the key report that we are discussing. I had drawn these errors out to attention earlier, and I'll restate it. And for brevity, I wouldn't go into all the details and maps and everything. What would assist me is we did submit a map of our area, and if it's conceivable, we can get it up there. Yeah, thank you. So I'd like for everyone looking in to understand the meaning of what I'm showing here. This map is at the corner of Yonge and Major Mackenzie, east-west, going from left to right. And the yellow area is the land owned by the residents that participate as a group. So as I go along, we'll talk about best use, and that entire area is now available for development. It is about 4.5 acres. And it's different than what official plan says it was in 2010, because in 2010, all the aerial maps will show you that 8 houses and they're very mature, settled, and I don't remember the words that council uses, but it's a community that is being, will continue to be, and so be it to time, end of time. However, sometime about 2019, one of the lots in the center demolished and went through the process of an infill application, and the remainder of the residents did not want to live with that density in it. And it was our choices we are doing. We've all put our properties up for sale. So if the official plan update is based on 2010, that is an update information that probably would be significant regarding our classification. So our classification is showing in the hierarchy of intensification attached to these reports that I think it's page 44. It classifies us as a regional, a local corridor, and it states expressly that it goes from Arnold Street on the west of Yonge Street, way past our property, into Major Mackenzie Drive East. And I have a command of the mouse, and I'll just, this is Arnold Street at the bottom here. On this side, following my mouse, there are no homes facing Major Mackenzie. They are all backing onto Major Mackenzie. So the first entrances and exits to Major Mackenzie is from this cluster of homes here. And we do that by a tongue-owned land here. So each one of these pieces of land are now available. And over here is St. Mary's Anglican Church, and that's fronting onto Yonge Street. And they have a steeple here which needs to be protected, and everybody knows that. To the north of us here is this block, which is a Laurier home development. And this is originally proposed as a turnaround in and out back to Arnold Street. So my concern was on page 68, study village study area, figure 2316, has a street name there that doesn't exist right now. Why does it matter to us? Because it's eerily similar to the content of a secondary plan for downtown that was repealed. And it seems to me that with two missteps, the official plan is reinstating the concepts that were in the repeal plan. First being creation of a street somehow, which I subsequently discovered was a typing error. And secondly, moving our classification away from local corridor onto village district. And that has implications for lower densities and that like. And in view of what's coming out today from the ministry, and I'm aware of the debate regarding intensification and sprawl, this piece of land.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but can you wrap it up in a short amount of time?
Sure. I support wholeheartedly the push for intensification of this particular area and all others. And the final 2 points I can make in terms of wrapping up, Mayor West, is I would like for the committee to know that transit planning and home planning are correlated. It's shamefully recorded in the Guinness World Record that Richmond has the worst, loneliest bus driver, the transit way back. We don't want to have parallel tracks that don't connect to each other. And places of entertainment, business, and home planning are also connected because we need people walking on the streets and not driving by to keep those businesses going. And thank you for the tolerance.
Thank you, Mr. Harak.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, we have our next delegate is Mr. Blake. 12-3. Is Mr. Blake here? Go ahead when you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon, members of council. I'm the crazy guy who is worried about your workplace, the place of the city hall. But first of all, I like to congratulate, I'm living on Center Street West, and I like to congratulate my neighbor to the west. I don't have to bring his family name anymore to be in the new office of a mayor in these challenging times. The topic of my address is the location and the role of our city hall as stated in the draft of the key directions report for the new official plan. This has been a subject of concern for me since my family moved to Richmond Hill in 1986. It was in the old town council chambers at the corner of Young and Wright Street, where I got socialized as a Canadian citizen, which I am today. The old town offices and council chambers at this place were cramped and inadequate. In the 1990s, Richmond Hill moved its town hall to the current address in the business district of East Beaver Creek. The building seems to be, in my feeling, functional, but is totally out of place for a city hall. 229 Beaver Creek East is located at the fringes of our city, only 100 meters from the territory of the next city. Now the planning department, and I quote, heard from the public that there is a desire to establish the existing municipal administrative building as a place of civic interaction, quote, and on page 60. The key directions report concludes that the administrative offices at East Beaver Creek should provide more of a city hall appearance where residents find a place to interact with each other and with government. I politely question whether anybody in the public ever connected the broad call for a true city hall with a location on East Beaver Creek. For a long time, the majority of public opinion favored bringing the City Hall of Richmond Hill back from the fringes to the center of our city. The city owns land on the southwest corner of Young and Major Mac, next to the Central Library and near the wave pool. A special committee, including 2 residents, of which I had the honor to be one, discussed some years ago the development of a true civic precinct at this location, consisting not only of a library, the skating rink, a sledding hill, just quite popular now, amphitheater and market square, but also a true city hall. This planning deliberations were, due to worries about the financial volume of the project, suddenly put on hold exactly 4 years ago, before the last municipal election, and staff was asked to consider alternative ideas. Now the staff has presented their finding, and I quote again from page 75, that a new city hall may be not prudent at Young Major Mackenzie, and instead recommends creating a city hall at Beaver Creek. The report suggests that this is the wishes of the residents. I strongly question this. The report of the official plan update directions gives the impression of a final out for the idea of a city hall in the center of the city. Concerning what I remember from the discussion and decisions 4 years ago, I find it to be politely misleading. My granddaughter, little granddaughter, would say it is sneaky. No point of order, I hope. At least consider putting the main civic functions with the council chamber at their center back to the heart of our city. This is not only the plea of an engaged citizen of our city. It is also a call on you to reflect on your own position.
Okay, Mr. Blake, your time is...
As an appendix to a bureaucratic administration.
Mr. Blake, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Or as the heart of the municipal democracy.
Okay.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Okay, the next presenter is Alan Ramsey from Alan Ramsey Planning Associates regarding the same item that we're talking about. So, Mr. Ramsey, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Alan Ramsey, and I'm a land use planner retained by a group of property owners in the vicinity of Major Mackenzie Drive and Young Street. In a letter dated December 7, 2021, I provided on behalf of my clients comments on the draft directions report for the official plan update. That letter was included on your agenda for your December the 8th council meeting. As you're aware, council passed a resolution referring the oral and written comments to staff for additional consultation and report back at the February 9, 2022 council meeting, which is today. Before you today is item 13.4, which is the staff report that responds to that council resolution. I have reviewed the staff report, and I'm surprised that there is no mention of our submission or responses to the comments and suggestions included in our correspondence. Furthermore, there has been no consultation with staff to clarify or respond to anything in our submission. Our letter of December the 7th, 2021 is reproduced as item 13.18 on today's agenda. While we are generally supportive of the key directions report, we do have several specific comments that we believe should be addressed prior to the adoption of the report by council. Consideration of these points now rather than later is important, since the key direction report lays the foundation for future planning in the city and provides clarity when developing policies regarding the various directions in the report. Our comments mostly relate to transit station areas, density, and the village local center. The provincial and regional direction is to provide for intensification in major transit station areas, and we support the directions in your staff's report to align with the provincial and regional directions. But we believe that the key directions report should also specifically identify major transit station areas in the official plan, and that they be explicitly referenced on the intensification hierarchy that's proposed. This is important because major transit areas are intended as the focal point for intensification. Currently, the key direction report indicates major transit station areas are not land use designations and are not, but are considered as components of other designations. We believe that there should be specific major transit station area objectives identified in the directions report. We also believe that the directions report should clarify how density, which is referred to in several places in the report, how that is to be applied. And it's our understanding that the minimum density target is to be achieved over the entirety of the area and not on a development or site basis. And that point is important to be clarified, because when you're achieving an overall minimum density for a geographic area, there are going to be properties like churches and cemeteries that aren't going to be developed further and can't contribute to the achievement of the overall density. So it's important to clarify that point in the directions report. There are also some references in the report when you're discussing the village local center, and they refer to terms like complementary and contextually sensitive and human scale podium and building heights. In our submission, those terms misrepresent the importance that the province and the region has placed on major transit station areas. And that it could be misinterpreted to mean that new development would generally be similar to existing development in these areas. If the major transit station areas are to be successful, there are going to have to be significant changes in some major transit station areas with higher densities, and that doesn't come across clearly in the report. And then my last point deals with the vision that's set out for the village local center. And currently, the report describes that vision as a village within the city that is vibrant, walkable, and green, and that provides opportunities for entertainment and access to the city.
Mr. Ramsey, your time is up, but you're.
Can I just? I have about 30 seconds more. If that's
very
possible.
quickly.
So, given what the vision is stated in the report, it's our opinion that it should be revised, and there should be reference to making it clear that new, more intense forms of development that harmoniously fit with the neighborhood will be required.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. We have your correspondence, and I've read that, and it's very similar to the words you're saying. So I appreciate that. Thank you. The last, sorry, not the last, the next delegate on this item is Mr. Abramian. I see him on the screen. Mr. Abramian, you can unmute yourself and start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, everyone. I'm Martin Abramian. I live at 76 Major Mackenzie West, part of the group owners who represent the properties that Terry Herrick and Alan Ramsey just mentioned on the north side of Major Mac, west of Yonge. Before getting into why I specifically wanted to be part of this discussion, I just want to also reemphasize two main points within the new direction report, which I think is important. The first one is the direction report fails to properly acknowledge, as mentioned before, the role that MTSF plays in the city's emerging urban structure. For our area specifically, the report seemed to be focused on preserving status quo as for the village center district rather than sort of addressing the MTSA and how it could be integrated within the surrounding area. As part of a bigger picture, I want to say that these requirements should be in line with the provincial and regional requirements of increasing densities within the city to minimize, if not perhaps try and eliminate urban sprawl. Now, in the past, this particular direction was mainly supported and pushed upon our neighborhood by our local councillor, who often told us that our area is mainly should be considered as an infill development and somewhat continuously pushed through extending that Elizabeth Street through our laneway. This in fact brings me to my second point, that this unapproved proposal is still currently shown on the official plan, and Elizabeth Street is now somehow is extended along the west side of my property through my living room, as well as the properties north of mine all the way down to Major Mackenzie. I'm being told that's a clerical error. So my first ask today would be that this erroneous inclusion in the official plan to be edited and removed. Now, the main reason, so Alan Ramsey brought up the details of all the issues that we have with the official plan. But the main reason that I wanted to be part of this discussion is to express my disappointment with the members of the council and their staff for actually not responding or reacting to any one of our requests. In the previous meeting in December, 2 of our members stayed online for nearly 8 to 9 hours to have the opportunity to express their concerns. And as you heard, since then, our planner, Alan Ramsey, has further raised our concerns through official letters to the planning department. But all our efforts to express our concerns have gone unnoticed without any meaningful response. So I want to be clear, we're not an advocacy group. We live here. We don't live in, say, Mill Pond and try to advocate a certain policy or impose an ideology on people who, say, live in Yonge and Highway 7. Some of our members have lived on their property longer than the age of some of these city staff members who are now refusing to respond to their queries with the proper answer. So I find this unacceptable for us to go through wanting to open a dialogue, discuss these important issues, only to find out that all our efforts is going through deaf ears. So last I checked, we still live in a democracy, right? It's not, I'm sorry, am I?
So sorry, Mr. Ramian, there was a bit of background noise. Continue.
Last I checked, what I was saying is that we still live in a democracy, and it's still not a dictatorship yet. I understand that typically some members may wish to have their agenda through with minimum discussion with publics, as I see today, or I should say, segment of the publics that they don't wish to have any discussion yet at all. But this is not right. As taxpayers, we shouldn't be able to go through additional expense of hiring planners to raise the council's awareness on these issues. This should be your job. As a taxpayer, what we do see is that the council is wasting our money by even disregarding recommendations that their own external consultant that they hired to have their input put into the official plan. That would be David Dixon, in case some of you don't know. So in conclusion, Mr. Mayor, I'm hopeful that moving forward, you will consider the issues that we've brought up in a lot more detail than I just brought, only 2 points off, in somewhat different light than you did when you were our ward councillor. And I'm hoping that you stay true to your newly found conscience of wanting to be fair to all residents of Richmond Hill. Listen to all residents of Richmond Hill with due consideration. I expect the council to have courage to go beyond this local politics and have the vision to see and recognize our properties not just as some infill development, but as a gateway to downtown Richmond Hill with such enormous potential in creating a unique development, which hopefully will meet the provincial guidelines as well as can be seen and admired.
Hey, Mr. Ramian, your time is up. Can you wrap up quickly?
That's it. Admired for generations to come. Hopefully that will include my own grandchildren. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. The next delegate is Ms. Capolongo from Malone Given Parsons. Ms.
Good afternoon,
Capolongo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Lauren Capolongo, and I'm a land use planner and principal with the firm Malone Given Parsons. And I'm here today on behalf of Sheridan Parkway Hotel and Convention Centers to speak to you on the key directions report. Some of you may recall that I was also before you on December 8th when this key directions report was first before council for consideration. And I am here again today to state our ask that Sheridan Parkway lands in the broader area be identified as a key development area in the key directions report. As some of you know, Sheridan Parkway does have a long-term vision for the land. It's to redevelop this quadrant, to expand the hotel and convention center, to create a great space in Richmond Hill to serve York Region and the broader area. And as part of that, they are going to be looking to create a mixed-use development that sees the integration of additional high-rise residential dwellings, commercial space, and office space onto the lands. Sheridan is currently working to refine its concept plan. However, its vision right now sees building heights of up to 35 stories and a density of about 6 times floor space index. The key direction report that's before you this afternoon identifies the Sheridan Parkway and broader East Beaver Creek area as a new local center in the city's intensification hierarchy. But our preference is to have this area elevated to a key development area rather than local center, as the heights and densities that Sheridan is really considering for this area are in line with those heights and densities that are typically directed to a key development area. So as you're aware, obviously, is this key direction report sets the framework for the city's updated urban structure as part of the city's OP review. And we're concerned that if the lands are left as a local center, then it could preclude the planned heights and density that Sheridan has envisioned for this lands. We firmly believe that this area is a prime candidate to be identified as a new key development area in the city's intensification framework. The lands meet all the criteria for a KDA that are described in the key directions report, which includes an area that has a large regional draw as a destination, have large swaths of land that occupy low intensified commercial uses and surface parking lots, and are areas that are well served by bus rapid transit. In our mind, the Sheridan and the broader East Beaver Creek area undoubtedly meet all of these characteristics. The Sheridan Hotel and Convention Center is a significant draw for the destination, serving the people of York Region as well as Richmond Hill. The area has a large single ownership parcel with significant low scale commercial uses and parking lots that can provide significant opportunity for redevelopment. And most importantly, the site is very unique in the fact that it has 2 existing bus rapid transit stops along its Highway 7 frontage. Both are directly in front of the Sheridan Hotel. And the lands are also within 2 identified planned MTSAs with minimum density targets of a minimum of 200 people and jobs per hectare. So I'm here before you this afternoon to request that council consider identifying the Sheridan and East Beaver Creek area as a new key development area rather than a local center. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. The last delegate on this item today is John Lee. Mr. Lee, if you're here. Go ahead when you're ready, Mr. Lee. You can make sure you take yourself off mute.
Good afternoon, Mayor West and the council members. Before I address the OP update, I want to spend 1 minute to express our residents' deeply concerned of what happened this morning in the council meeting.
Mr. Lee, I would ask you to stick to the item that we're dealing with on the agenda.
Yeah, today we saw some councilors abuse the procedure to disrupt the council meetings and waste everyone's time.
Mr. Lee,
10 minutes issue was dragged to 2.5 hours.
Mr. Lee, I would ask you to stick to the item which is 13.3 and 13.4 on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So that's too much. For this OP update, I only want to address one issue, which has bothered the residents for a long time. What we don't have right now, we don't have a proper platform for residents to express their concerns and the suggestion of planning issues. Yes, we can send an email or ask questions during the open house or consultation meetings. But so far, all of this just one-way communications. And most of the time, our emails was ignored and no response. And in the staff hold meetings, usually only have 10-15 minutes for residents to ask questions, which is impossible to discuss any details. For residents concerned planning issues, we should allow residents and planners to hold a meeting for interactive discussions, not just one-way communications. Overdevelopment has been the biggest complaint from residents so far for this term of the council. But we don't have the right channel to express our concerns, which more or less result in the outcome of these mayor by-elections. So we use our votes to express what we want. Therefore, our residents have a request. For large planning issues, the city should establish a community, including residents, to preview the proposals and let all stakeholders to have a chance to express their concerns, especially for this OP update. So far, we have lots surveys, open house, but I will say, unfortunately, most of them just decorations. Our concerns not really been considered. I can give you an example, how careless our staff. The presentation I think the staff made just 10 minutes ago, that's for the official plan 2041. But if you say slides, the slide printer 2,941. So we are ahead 900 years. So from this single point, you can see how careless those staff deal with their job.
Mr. Lee, we're not going to be speaking badly of anyone in this meeting.
Okay, I think we just want a chance to express our concerns, a platform, and also we want our resident engagement in, I think, implement from a real mechanism. Thank you. This is my, I think, presentation for the OP update.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Okay, so we've exhausted our speakers list. At this time, I'd like to go to Regional Local Councillor DiPaolo, being that he's the chair of the official plan update committee, to move a motion. Regional Local Councillor DiPaolo.
Thank you very much, Mayor West, and thank you, Director Lee and your team for this presentation. But really, I want to thank the residents of Richmond Hill, all of the people that participated in this official plan update process so far. From right across Richmond Hill, we've had all sorts of input from our residents, and that's really directed the process as we've gone forward. We've really listened. We've heard from our residents, and the key directions that we're adopting today flow from those resident discussions. So, Mayor West, I am willing to move the receipt of the presentation and the key directions. I just have a couple of questions and some concerns from the delegations that came forward today. So, the first question, I guess, through you to Director Lee, is there anything set in stone as a result of adopting these key directions with regards to MTSAs and in particular Young and Major Mackenzie, the definition of a street there? Are we not merely adopting some very general agreed upon principles going forward, and we're going to get into that neighborhood context later?
Yes, that's quite correct. The key directions report is sort of fundamental, high level. We look forward to conversations with a whole lot of landowners and residents with respect to the details of specific areas. And as I mentioned sort of off the top in the presentation, there's sort of an order of the way we're doing things. We're kind of going from the general to the specific. I don't believe that any of the general directions that are put forth in the key directions report in any way will prejudice coming to agreement with the details with residents and landowners in specific areas.
Okay, thank you, Director Lee. That definitely is my thoughts as well, and my feelings going forward. We do have a lot of work to do before we come in the spring back to the adopt the neighborhood context. This process is going to take a little longer, and that's a good thing. We're going to do more consultation, and I definitely, the residents that spoke today with regards to their concerns at Young and Major Mackenzie, and their we need to have a detailed discussion of what's going on there. And with regards to MTSAs right across the city, we need to define what that's going to mean for us. The region's going to set some parameters of what an MTSA is, and then we may have a meeting on each of them, or some of the key ones. And we're listening. The comments are taken from this meeting. We're hearing Sheraton Parkway and their requests, and we're hearing all these requests. And before we adopt that formal document that gets into more details, all these considerations will be made and considered and definitely discussed by this council before we're approving it. But in terms of the key directions, we've got a great high-level view of where we want to be and where we want to go. We have forced upon us a certain amount of growth by the region and the province, and we're directing that growth to centers and corridors, and creating walkable communities and complete communities, and hopefully redefining what these new urban areas are going to look like, and eliminating the necessity for more vehicle traffic, and creating an environment that's more pedestrian oriented, and with at the same time preserving our green spaces, mandating new development to be green, to adhere to the climate change policies that we've got, and our environmental protections that are strong right now and will be strengthened through this official plan update. So Mayor West, I'm very happy to move the adoption of this this key directions portion of our official plan update, and I look forward to continuing to work with the Richmond Hill community as we get into those finer details and right across the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Regional Local Councillor DePaula. I just want to clarify. So we can deal with item 13.3 and 13.4 together because they're certainly related. So I just want to confirm that you are able to move A and B in 13.3, and also that A in 13.4, which is the supplementary report, be received.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I saw a card from Councillor Silovitz to I assume you'll second?
Yes.
Sorry, those that want to speak, can you put your cards up again? I just want to make sure I get that. Okay, thank you. Okay,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'll gladly second this. I concur with Regional Councillor DePaulo's statements. I want to thank our staff for bringing us all these documents, putting all these documents together, and for the presentation today. And I believe that should also be received with thanks. Before I get into just answering just a couple of questions that were made by the residents and planners who stepped forward, I would just like to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to Sibel van Kersel. I think it was on slide 9, you talk about a stratification process. Could you tell me what that is, please?
Through you, Chair. That is one of the studies that the city is undertaking, looking at stratification. So this is where you have more than one ownership of land, so that you could possibly have a public park with private use below it. So it's a study that's being undertaken to look at that as an option and what it would mean if we were to go down that route in terms of how we could potentially establish that kind of an arrangement.
Okay, thank you. So, and I gather that you're still looking at that and it's still going through the process. We're not there yet. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Van Koos. I appreciate it. Just a couple of things I would like to say with regards to our speakers today. Dr. Bleak was speaking about the civic precinct, and I know we have discussed this before, but the civic precinct no longer exists. It was kiboshed in the summer of 2018, and the civic precinct task force does not exist either. So whatever would happen, maybe eventually one day with those lands remains to be seen. With regards to Ms. Capolango and the Sheraton, could I ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Lee, has there been any discussions with the region about defining this particular area as a KDA? I would imagine they must be involved because it sits on the corner of two major regional roads.
Mr. Lee?
Through the chair to Councillor Silovitz, yes, indeed, city staff have had a number of discussions with respect to the East Beaver Creek area and the Sheraton lands specifically. I think the thing to say is that, we're happy to have further discussions, and what I'm hearing from the Sheraton folks is that they are concerned with the label that is being given to the area. And my response would be not to be so concerned about the label that's given to it, be concerned about the heights, the densities, and the permitted uses that is given to that label. And just to sort of sum it up, not all local centers are created equal, and not all KDAs are created equal. So the devil will be in the details that we assign to whether it's called a local center or a key development area. So in some ways, we're kind of worrying about nothing. It's getting to the details and agreeing upon them in terms of heights, densities, permitted uses, etc.
Thank you. So the devil is in the details. And do you, through you also, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Lee, you are in continuous discussion, ongoing discussions with the Sheraton principals and their planners?
Yes, indeed we are. We met with them last about a week ago, and we're happy to continue discussions.
Thank you. And then just finally with Mr. Lee, thank you for speaking as well. So you made a point about wanting to have greater interactive discussions with staff. I would proffer that that's a good idea. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Lee, is there any way that you can, or you are, or you will be looking at ways to have greater specific consultations with the group, for instance, that Mr. Lee represents, and the number of other residents groups that represent segments of Richmond Hill who would like to have these discussions with you on a more one-to-one basis, as opposed to this kind of forum? I understand why Mr. Lee finds this restrictive.
Through the chair to Councillor Silovitz, indeed, city staff are open to having consultations in more of a smaller group format, a more interactive format. We've rolled out a number of consultations in the past that were kind of aimed at bigger groups to try and sort of capture the concerns of a particular geographic area. But nonetheless, if there's a specific group that wants to sit down and just have a general chat with us, we're certainly open to do that, and we can facilitate that.
That's excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if Mr. Lee is still on the call, I would suggest that you get in touch with the Director Lee and see what can be sorted out there so that you and your group and other groups can have far better one-on-one conversations with them, whether it is via Zoom still or in one of the boardrooms. And Mr. Lee, I also noticed that it said 2941, but I can assure you, knowing our staff, that was simply a typo, and no harm was meant by it. That's all from me. Yeah, I will gladly second this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Silvitz. The next person I have on the list is Councillor Munch.
Good day, thank you. Through you, Chair, I'd like to ask staff, now that they've written this report, I'd like to know, first of all, if they have been involved and have read any of the consultation from the province with regard to the housing affordability panel in December and yesterday releasing its report.
Mr. Lee?
Sure. Through the chair to Councillor Munch, indeed, city staff have looked at the provincial task force on affordable housing. They've got quite a number of recommendations. It was only formally released just the other day. We need to go through it in a little bit more detail, but what I can say is that quite a number of the things that they are recommending, but the task force is recommending, are also contained in the city's affordable housing strategy. So in many ways, we're on the same page. Thered be a lot of work to implement those, but we're certainly up to the challenge of attempting to implement many of those recommendations.
Is any of the staff, are they involved in the consultation with the task force?
No, the task force was a group of people that were put together by the province. They didn't directly seek any input from municipal staff, at least certainly not from Richmond Hill in any case. My understanding is the group were not government officials. They come from a number of walks of life, and I think the idea was to sort of get some fresh ideas from sort of non-practitioners, if I can use that term, and they came up with, I believe it's 58 recommendations, and city staff are still sort of sifting through that document to understand it.
Are you familiar with the panel, any of the panel members?
Not directly, no, I'm not.
Were you aware that one of them is a professor at Ryerson University?
Yes, I am. I know of the name. I don't know him directly, but yes, that's one of the panel members, correct? Yes.
Would it be fair, is there anybody else in the organization that might be aware of Mr. Obrovsky specifically? Are you aware of it? There's a reason I'm saying that, sir. Mr. Obrovsky is a professor at Ryerson University. He's in the planning department. He's a dean and a professor. There was a report done by the class specifically on Richmond Hill last year. They provided it to our community. Much of their recommendations and concerns were there. How are we not aware of one of the panel members for the housing affordability at Ryerson University, who had a very keen focus of Richmond Hill, who sent a paper, who had a staff report and students who presented it to us? How can our policy people not be aware of that when you're putting forward a plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Munch, certainly aware of the paper that the Ryerson students undertook a year ago. That particular paper dealt with the efficacy of an urban expansion area around the Gormley GO station. It was not specifically directed towards affordable housing. And the Affordable Housing Task Force, they focused on means by which to facilitate affordable housing. The paper from the Ryerson students, quite a different topic.
So you don't see any correlation between what Ryerson University and their students did and their report last year with regards to the report by the panel, how it relates to Richmond Hill for the path going forward? You see no correlation whatsoever.
The only correlation I'd see is that if you expanded the urban area, there is the potential for more ground-related housing. And I guess if one felt that more ground-related housing would indeed impact the affordability of housing in Richmond Hill, one can consider that a correlation.
Were any of the people who put this paper together involved with the 2010 official plan?
Do you mean the Housing Task Force paper?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge.
So nobody on our current team of putting this paper together was involved in the 2010 official plan?
I think, Councillor, the answer Mr. Lee has given you is no. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, just because I'll tell you why. My next question will go there, sure. But
okay, that'd be great.
So is there anybody who's involved in the 2010 involved in this 2022 update?
Oh, are there any staff members who are involved in the 2010 OP, involved in this OP update? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, certainly myself. There are a few other staff that are still around from the 2010 OP days. So there's a few of us, yes.
What is your opinion? Is there any evaluation when we do these papers, we do these consultations, we engage? Is there any discussion about efficacy of our plans when we put them forward? We put these policy plans, we have consultations, we have consultants, and then clearly we're not achieving our plans as written in the report by the province and by ourselves. We're at 70% or we're 30% below our Richmond Hill targets from 2010. In a massive housing boom and a construction boom and a growth of York Region, we are 30% below our 2010 targets. Was there any discussion or review about that with regards to this plan?
There certainly has been. And what I think you're referring to is Richmond Hill hasn't sort of grown at the rate that it was projected to. And to a great degree, that's a function of the development industry possibly not taking advantage of the approvals that Richmond Hill Council has given to them. The city can't build the houses or the apartment buildings or the office buildings that might be approved. But what we're trying to do through this official plan update is to ensure that the conditions exist to generate demand. We want to make sure that Richmond Hill is a complete community, a vibrant community, et cetera, a walkable community. And if we do that, then the market will respond and say, hey, I want to live in Richmond Hill because it's got this and that, and it's a great place to live. And if the market does that, then the development industry will pick up on that and build the units that have been approved, and will grow and will meet our targets and become that sort of complete community that we're all after.
Have you read the report yesterday? It released at 8 o'clock.
Which report was that?
Housing Affordability Panel for the Province of Ontario.
I've skimmed through it, yes.
Do you realize your comments right there are contradictory to what their recommendations are?
Which points are contradictory?
I think this is a point. I have a real concern when we have the province put forward a panel and that panel makes recommendations. They've given a draft report 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. They made a final report yesterday. And we have a concern. So let me ask you this. Would you agree that in the last 10 years, we have overdeveloped relative to our plan, or have we underdeveloped relative to our plan?
Councillor, I understand and respect the line of questioning, but this is really about the key directions report.
That's
So
exactly, so me too. So let me do my, why are you interrupting? When I'm saying that we have a
I'm
key
not
direction-
interrupting. I'm just asking.
We have a key, so I hope it's not going to add to my time because you're disrupting it, right? So just to answer your question, sir, happy to listen to you, that if we have a key direction report as an update mandated by the province, so this is a provincial responsible approach, which is why we're doing this. And we have people who are involved in the plan. And the advantage of our plan is that we're underperforming. And in the plan that was released yesterday, when we have residents who are saying we are overdeveloped as per the delegation that was made by one person today, and we are vastly underdeveloped. In fact, we are amongst the very few municipalities in Southern Ontario that have not endorsed that we're in a housing crisis, even though a motion has been brought forward to council. The province disagrees with that. They've made recommendations to that. We have a staff that are moving a policy directive moving forwards right now, who are, I'm trying to understand if they understand the magnitude of what this means for us as a municipality. We have a motion that moved forward on a time-sensitive nature about our Highway 7 and Yonge corridor today, without getting public consultation, without engaging in good faith with others, when we weren't in a time crunch because we have 2.5 weeks to get there. Now I'm asking staff, when they're going forwards on their key direction as provincially mandated, given a live report yesterday that has not been fully read by the policy people, who are giving information that is contradictory to the current information that's out of line with the provincial direction. So I think it has a direct point when we're being said one thing by the province, that we're in a crisis, that this province does, that our community disagrees with. We have a policy team who have been involved with the 2010 plan that was challenged to 2012 with the OMB, which we had an agreement. I think we have to make sure that we are meeting our guidelines, but I guess that's where I'm going. So why are we doing this? If we have no intention of moving forwards and reaching our objectives, and we have a province that's saying if we don't meet our objectives, there's ramifications for how we design our community, I don't really want to see that. And I don't think the residents, if you look at our discussion today, following your point, when I look at the report today and you listen to what the residents are saying, thank God we had some of them say, hey, look, we want to have a livable, walkable community that considers to the climate, and we want to make sure people and families can live here. Yet we have a policy staff that aren't putting policies in place that aren't in line with that, and totally contradictory to the province's going, when we have the second least housing affordability in Ontario, when Ontario is by far the worst place on the planet in the industrialized world, as per the report. I think that speaks volumes as to how we're in a very bad position. And when the province is moving forwards on MZOs and other factors, because our council and our leadership isn't able to execute, I think when we're moving forwards on a policy, I think it's important to find out is, are we in line with trying to meet the needs of our community or not? And when we have staff that aren't aware of what's going on, how can we move forward?
Okay, Councillor Mudge, I'm sorry. That's not fair. Our staff is very well informed about what's going on.
Again, I asked it, sir, with the greatest respect.
That's not a fair statement.
With the greatest of respect, I asked the question if they had read the report yesterday for today's council meeting, and he said he skimmed through it. He didn't read it.
Well, and that's, I think that's totally reasonable. The staff is, I'm sure is staying as up to date as they possibly can on all of the different policy changes and so on that come down from the various levels of government. There's no indication whatsoever that our staff is not very up to date. I think they do great work. And
the question is, sir, the only question is that we have a report from the province that was drafted 2 weeks ago, that was with greatest respect, 2.5 weeks ago. The draft was given to the public. It was leaked. That skimming through a final report yesterday, when we're moving forward on a plan.
Councillor, please.
You're not concerned by that? So you're not concerned that the report done by the province that was leaked 2.5 weeks ago?
No, what I'm concerned about right now is that you are very close to accusing staff of something that I don't think is fair. So
whoa. You just said I accuse staff. What did I accuse?
No, I said you are very close. I would ask you to just be more respectful in your comments. You've got a little while left. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for the interruption. So coming back, Mr. Lee, I asked you in 2010, we put a plan in place. We are 30%. When we said that 30% of our houses are to be housing affordable, yet we are now the second least housing affordable municipality in Ontario. Would you consider that our 2010 execution of our plan a success or not really truly a success? Which would be your preference in that term?
So the execution is by and large up to the development industry in terms of building the homes that our council approves. We can't build those houses if the development industry chooses not to build those homes, and then the population won't come. There's not too much we can do about it other than trying to put in place the conditions that will get people to want to move here and get people to build those homes that council's already approved. Some 12,000 units exist right now that are approved and unbuilt, and they've sat there unbuilt for quite some time. But we as a municipality, we don't build the homes ourselves.
Are you aware of how many people are coming to the GTA every month?
Not the exact amount, but yes, there's continued migration to the GTA.
Can you give me a range? Can you give me a range?
I don't have that number in front of me. I'm sorry.
Would it be more than 10,000?
Okay, Councillor, if you know the answer, it would be helpful for us.
But that's the point. There's a policy paper in front of us where we're trying to go forwards on a 20-year plan in the regional and 30. And our policy people aren't aware that over 20,000, we want to interrupt me, go ahead. No, okay. More than 20,000 people are coming. More than the population of Richmond Hill is coming every year to this area. And according to the reports by Scotiabank and by the Housing Affordability Group.
Okay, if you can wrap it up, Councillor Munch, your time is up.
So I'm going to say I'd like to move a motion of a deferral to give staff the opportunity to have the time to read the current information, and members of council who haven't. I sent the members of council. I've read it. I hope they have. I've read the report several times over the last 24 hours.
Much, if you have a motion, move it, please, because we're
yeah. So I'm gonna move a deferral motion, because when we hear from residents that they don't feel that they've been heard as per our delegations, when we hear there has not been clear articulation with our MTSAs, and we know that the region is going through a definition, I think it's premature for us to move forwards on a policy document when we don't have as much information at all at our disposal that are going to help us make sure that we're going to reach our goals. Because when we have a population, I think the public deserves better. I think the public deserves that we have full information.
Your time is up, so you're going to be moving a deferral. Is it deferral or referral?
A deferral to allow people to read the information that's at our public disclosure.
What is the date that you're deferring this to?
So I'm going to defer it for one full council meeting. So sorry, till April. Sorry, what day is it? February till March. Not to 2 weeks, but to give people, we've already had 2.5 weeks to read the draft report.
Okay, that's fine, but let me see if we can find a date that we have a council meeting. Just hold on, the clerk staff is looking.
March 3rd, March, he said?
March. No, March,
that's right. March 9th would be the first council meeting.
March 9th. Council, does that work for you?
Well, I guess I'm gonna just before I do that, I just want to ask staff: is 4 weeks enough time for you guys to read the report?
I see Mr. Kwan has come on the screen. Mr. Kwan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for recognizing me. Perhaps I would just add, like to address the notion of a deferral. I think this is, as Mr. Lee's indicated, we will continue to work with all stakeholders. We will continue to work with the region and the province, together with the changing and emerging policies as they come down through the system. But this is just a directions report at a higher level, and all of the salient data that is being discussed today, I can assure you, will be considered and vetted and brought forward in the appropriate recommendations to this council in the future. The other thing I would like to add at this point, Mr. Mayor, that I would urge council not to defer the matter any further, because we have statutory obligations to meet the targets established by this province and this region in order to produce an updated official plan before the summer.
And this has already been deferred.
And this has, correct, Mr. Mayor, it's already been deferred since last December.
So Councillor Munch, your time is up. Just to be clear, your time is up. Are you?
Hold on, again,
If you'd like to move the deferral, that's fine. If not, I would ask you to let somebody else speak and we can come back to you in another round.
No, I want to move forward, but again, I want to be, there was a question brought by, a statement made by Calvin Kwan, our Commissioner of Planning. And there were some statements made by our policy people. So I want to be clear that I don't want to, what was just said, I'd like to just have that clarification because I want to move a deferral motion. And based upon deferral motion, what was said was that we have a statutory requirement and we have to work with other levels of government. So what is the statutory requirement, Mr. Kwan?
Okay,
if the region is going through its official plan and hasn't approved its official plan, when is our Richmond Hill requirement of putting
Councillor Munch, I would let Mr. Kwan answer that question. Then I'm going to move to somebody else. And if you would like to speak again, you can.
Because there was a miscommunication by Mr. Kwan. I don't know.
No, I think Mr. Kwan can answer that question, and then we're going to move on. You're well past your time now. If you'd like to move to a second round, we're more than happy to do that. Mr. Kwan, can you clarify what Councillor Munch was saying or asking?
Mr. Kwan, you said that July is our Mr. Kwan said July was our deadline for us to give feedback.
Okay, Councillor, we're waiting for Mr. Kwan to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know where that July date came from.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are obligated to produce a plan from within 1 year of the adoption of the regional plan. The regional plan is coming forward. The regional plan is coming forward this summer.
So hold on.
Councillor Munch, no, he's answering the question. Don't interrupt. Mr. Kwan, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. On slide 8 of the presentation that policy staff presented, the first batch of the amendments would come out in July of this year. In order for us to meet the overall 1 year deadline, we need to complete batches 1, 2, and 3 within that term. And as such, if we delay the implementation of batch 1, the dominoes will fall on a subsequent delay for batches 2 and 3, and we will not be able to meet our statutory deadlines of the 1 year enactment of an official plan from the date of adoption of the region's official plan.
So the region has not.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker on the list.
No, you can't. Whoa. With the greatest respect,
Councillor Munch, you are way over time.
But you can't let somebody make a statement that's factually.
I'm sorry, you are way over time. If you have additional comments, you're more than welcome to say them in the next round. So it is not fair. We have got other people waiting to speak. Councillor Liu, you are next.
Shame.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report, and thank you, all the delegates. We hear you loud and clear. And I think I have to agree that what in front of us are the key directions that lead us to our vision. This is a living document, and there are many details subject to fine-tune. And absolutely, this is not perfect. But however, I think we need these guiding principles to take us to our next step. I truly agree with Councillor Munch. Lots of good points have been made, and I wanted to make sure that staff take those into consideration seriously. Everybody in Richmond Hill should be very excited about this because by 2041 the city of Richmond Hill will be the centerpiece of York region and one of the most prominent complete communities in the whole GTA. I too am very excited, and in the staff report it says we still have 3 or more batches to come in terms of consultation starting July 2022. So I too are very interested in the Sheraton Parkway. Thank you, Councilor Silvers already asked that question because across from Highway 7 is Markham, and I can see Markham is having 30 something odd buildings coming up. So I think that will affect Richmond Hill somehow. Having here my colleagues and all the delegates, I think the one thing that I heard loud and clear is they want more consultations. They want their voices to be heard. Instead of we don't have a deferral motion on the floor, I would like to make an amendment that staff be available to meet with additional stakeholders and the public and all the community groups beyond the scheduled consultations for the OP update. So I hope that, just want to give the residents an assurance that our staff is going to have an open dialogue. Staff is willing to listen and consider all the comments, not only from the delegates of today, but in the future. I hope that, also take, my colleagues' comments seriously. So hopefully I can add that in the staff recommend and the motion so that we can move forward.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Liu. Mr. Clerk, I think you have that amendment. Can we
Do you want me to repeat it?
No, I think we're okay.
Right, thank you.
We'll put it up on the screen. So essentially, this is to make sure that as we move forward, that there is ample opportunity for different groups and stakeholders and so on to make sure that as we come closer to the end of this process, that we're making sure we have all voices heard. So at this point in time, I'd like a seconder for that motion. Councillor Chan, I think that's you seconding it. So
yes, correct.
Sorry, Councillor Chan. Councillor Lee, are you finished with your comments?
Yes, I'm happy with the amendment in front of me. Thank you.
So Councillor Chan as seconder, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes on the amendment.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, are you calling me to comment?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay, because I thought I'm second line for the main motion. But speaking on the amendment, I'm in support of that, and I should also take this opportunity to say that, in fact, Director Lee and his team have previously responded to my request on behalf of some residents to actually have meetings. So this is an extension of, I honestly believe, our staff under the leadership of Director Lee had already been doing. But I support this motion, and thank you, Councillor New, for moving it. And I think they give more assurances to our members of the public that indeed this council is listening, and the staff will also be making themselves available and not precluding people from providing input other than the quote-unquote public and scheduled just open houses. Thank you. I'm in full support of this. More consultation. I think that's very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chan. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on the amendment? Councillor Barros.
This is a question through the mayor to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, would it have been your position that if this amendment was not put on the floor, that you would have stopped talking to stakeholders, community groups, landowners, and public agencies?
Through the chair to Councillor Barros, indeed, we aim to speak to anyone who wishes to speak to us. It's all part of the process of developing a fulsome official plan. Nonetheless, the amendment that's on the screen, is indeed reasonable, and it gives staff, specific direction to do what we were probably going to do anyways.
So through the chair, what kind of additional costs, seeing that you I mean, you said you were contemplating this, but it appears that some of my colleagues don't believe you, and they feel that they need to publicly, I don't want to say demand that you do it, but it kind of seems silly that we'd be telling you to do something you were already going to do. That being said, if they don't trust you, they don't trust you. Is there additional costs that we should be budgeting for these additional? I'm assuming these are additional meetings. These are additional. Will there be overtime involved? Do you need to hire consultants? What does this really mean to you, this motion?
Mr. Lee.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Barrows, I don't believe there'll be any incurment of additional costs. Staff are available. There's no need to hire a consultant to help us with anything further at this point. Staff can just undertake the meetings themselves.
But I hear consistently from the commissioner that the staff is extremely busy. They are taxed with a ton of demands of their time. But you're telling me now that they can just put this into the regular schedule, and something's got to give, right? Does it mean they spend less time on applications coming in the door so that they can spend it with these additional meetings?
Councillor, I think Commissioner Kwan would like to weigh in on this. Commissioner Kwan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Lee has, I agree with the comments of Mr. Lee. We do have two distinct divisions, of course, in the planning department. The policy division, which is mandated to handle the official plan update. And then we have the development planning group, who are specifically assigned to review development applications. So yes, there is a crunch on staff resources dealing with development applications, and the degree to that there's staff crunch in doing the OP update, but that primarily comes from just the volume of material that is constantly being received and the fluidity of the process. But as Mr. Lee's indicated, and I support his conclusions, that we will do our best to work within the framework of the resources that we now have available. And certainly if there was a need to seek out additional resources and funding, we would bring this to the attention of council and seek that permission. But I don't expect it to be necessary at this time.
Thank you, Councillor.
The reason I asked these questions is because Councillor Liu moved this amendment believing the delegates that they are not getting any face time with staff, and that Councillor Liu felt that he needed to demand staff to meet with these people. So I just asked those pointed questions because there is either some misinformation being given by members of the public, there's either misinformation given by staff, or there's councillors here that just are completely confused with what's actually happening in this consultation and are being manipulated by others. So I'll leave it at that. I'll vote in favor of the motion because the motion does nothing different than what staff was already going to do. I don't believe it adds any value to the current environment. I know that anytime I've had members of the public reach out to staff have been very, very accommodating in making sure that their questions are answered and that they're dealt with. If there's a request of particular members of the community to have dedicated staff available to them whenever they have a question, or if they want to have 5 or 6 hours with a particular staff member to argue their particular point of view, well, I think we're still going to have those problems where those members of the public are still going to complain, because I don't believe that Councillor Liu has moved a motion that says anything even close to that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
It's actually an amendment that we're dealing with right now. So the next person on the list for amendment to speak is me, unless there's somebody else that would like to speak on this. Councillor Munch, go ahead. You're on mute, Councillor Munch.
So is this motion, sorry, thank you, sir. So this motion is directing to say that upon request, staff be available to meet with additional stakeholders such as community groups, landowners, public agencies, beyond the scheduled consultants for the OP update. So when we talk about staff, I'd like to, through you, either to staff or through the mover. So are we, well, as the Commissioner Kwan stated, that it won't be all staff. It's just going to be segmented to a certain point of staff. So I'd like to understand what the motion is exactly. What does that mean, request staff? Which staff? Is there some staff, not other staff? What does that mean?
That's probably best for Mr. Kwan. I think what they were saying, Councillor Munch, was that the folks that are on staff in the policy planning department are the ones that are leading this, the OP update. The ones that are in the other section are dealing directly with applications and so on. So it would be obviously the policy planning staff because they're the ones that are leading this. But Commissioner Kwan, go ahead.
Thank you for the promotion, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a promotion.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, when staff receive a request, sometimes they're very broad in nature and they draw in the resources of our other experts in the department, whether they be our architects, our engineers, our environmentalists, but they're always such meetings are coordinated through the policy group and Mr. Lee's team to bring fulsome answers to the questions being responded to.
So this request of a motion says that upon request, staff be available to meet any additional stakeholders such as community groups. So is this going to add further to Councillor Barros's approach? Is this going to add additional focus to staff, or is it not going to add an additional focus to staff?
Commissioner Kwan?
To you, Mr. Mayor, no, this is continued dialogue in order to complete the OP update. So whether or not they be specific developers, major landowners, or individual small community groups, such as the ones that we've delegated today, we will take all comers and consider their concerns and try to work out a reasonable compromise.
So would you have done that before this motion, or is this motion going to get you more focus to do that?
So, Mr. Mayor, as we previously indicated, we are already embarked on this approach to completing the OP update. It's all about public consultation, but I think the distinction here is that there was some emphasis placed on the statutory requirements for public consultation versus more informal consultation with individual requests.
Okay, so is this going to add more focus, or the same, or less?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is part of the journey going forward. It's not more, it's not less, it's part of the journey overall to consider and meet with all interested stakeholders.
So is this going to add any additional approaches from staff? As you just said, it's not more or less, it's part of the journey, quote. And this is a motion in front of us that is directing upon staff. And what I'm hearing from you is that there was no additional or lack thereof. You're going to continue the course. So that means that this motion is not important, or that means that this motion as intended is not going to have any focus for staff. So I'm not sure where to go from here. I guess I go back to the mover. Are you okay with that? I mean, I don't know where we'll go from that.
Well, I respect all the comments. Thank you. Oh, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Are you okay with that then?
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm just waiting for the mayor to allow me to speak. You're muted.
My apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think I respect all the comments, and I'm sure staff is going to do it anyways. However, it's not that I just want to give an assurance to all the residents. I also wanted to have staff commitment, on the motion, in front of public, that they are going to engage. I think the key word there is beyond the scheduled consultation. So this is my intent of the motion. I think it's fair. Maybe you think it's redundant, but I don't mind adding this on the motion to make sure that this is going to happen, so that residents, public can have a peace of mind. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Munch.
So as we've heard from the commissioner that this was not going to add any more or any less, this was part of the process. You heard the motion. So how can we strengthen the motion? Because the mover said he's happy with this, the way it's written, but yet the staff, upon asking them what their understanding of this motion, was saying that there's not going to be any additional to that. So what language can we do through you, the chair, to the commissioner? What language can we do? I'm going to ask two parts, and I ask you to ask a very clear answer because I'm going to ask other things thereafter, but I'm happy to give you the opportunity first. How can we clearly articulate that staff are going to engage beyond what they're doing now, as per the mover's request, if council is to do this? Because just listening to the mover and listening to you, there's a disconnect between what the mover is asking and what you understood what the motion was saying. So what language can we use through you, through the chair to the commissioner? What language in this motion can it be used so it's clear that the mover's intention is that there's going to be additional engagement beyond consultations that are scheduled?
Your time is up, Councillor, but
How can my time be up when I ask questions, sir? I'm only at 2.5 minutes.
It's as far as the clerk is timing it, and they're suggesting that your time is up. So Commissioner Kwan, go ahead and answer the.
If we have to move a motion to put the clock on screen, because I don't know how the heck I can be at 5 minutes when I'm at 2.5 minutes.
Okay, Councillor, Commissioner
You don't
Kwan,
get time. When you're talking, my time doesn't go.
That's being accounted for. Commissioner Kwan, go ahead.
We'll have to move a motion on the clock now.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The amended motion is quite clear to staff, and as indicated by Mr. Lee and myself, it just provides the clarity that we are distinguishing between the statutory consultations versus informal consultations. And we can certainly embark on this program. And I believe Councillor Liu, in his justification for the addition, it's to provide assurances to the public that we will continue to embark on this program. And I think it also extends beyond the people that are in this discussion today, and for anybody else who decides that they need to participate or reads the material and our reports, so that they know what the city is offering in terms of those further consultations. So I see nothing more or less at this point that needs to be added, but certainly that's the final decision of council, and we can discuss that.
So if you're going to stop my comments there, I'll wait for a second round to go further.
There's only one round on an amendment, Councillor Munch, and it is 3 minutes. It is 3 minutes on an amendment. So you had one more question. If you can fit it in really quickly, that's fine. The next person is going to be up after you.
So really quick, further to the commissioner's comments, thank God these are taped and going forward. Going forward, if we hear any more communications from residents who say that they're not engaging back, and we're not feeling feedback, that will be an accountable approach as per this motion, as per the residents that have been discussing this delegation. And I hope the heck you guys read the provincial report.
Okay, Councillor, this is about the amendment.
The same thing. All has to do with consultation. If you're consulting with others, you'd hope that you consult with the senior levels of government.
Thank you. Your time is up. Councillor, Regional Local Councillor DePaul, did I see your hand up? No? Okay. So I'm the last person then on the list. I am fully supportive of this. I think this is a good idea. I think, this, as I think I'm hearing from Commissioner Kwan and from Mr. Lee, this is not anything radically different than what we would be doing. But I guess the way I see it is that council is, words matter, and council is giving direction to staff that it is even more important as we get further along in this process, going from, vision, key directions to what, we're going to start to see in a final official plan, that if there are remaining comments and concerns and so on, that it's really important that the people that we are responsible to, our stakeholders, are have their concerns listened to, and I mean, not all the concerns are going to be met. There's no question about that. But I think that this is an important process that we're going through. It is not perfect. Not everybody likely is going to be satisfied at the end, but I guess I feel as an elected official, it's my job to make sure that as many people are satisfied as possible and that we are truly building a plan that is reflective of as many of our stakeholders' wishes as possible. So I trust that the staff will use this extra bit of direction, I guess, from council that they will do what they can to make sure that we are doing the best we can in terms of the process. So I was the last speaker on that amendment. So I think it's at this point in time we call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? Okay, that carries. So moving back to the main motion, I believe Councillor Chan, you were next to speak to the main motion. And then I've got, I think after that, I've exhausted the speakers list unless there's anybody else on the first round of the main motion. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Chan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me start with this actually meeting today when we're talking about these key directions is already a referral back from the meeting of last year, December 8th. The report itself was actually released back in November. And in fairness to staff, there are things that within control of the city and our staff, and there are things that beyond that the control, so to speak, of our city and the staff, such as the just released report that my colleagues are referring to from the province. So we have to put that context in mind. And I want to take this opportunity to thank staff for preparing for the report back in November, and then also in all this time until now, continuing to provide input. And particular, I already compliment in speaking about amendment. I know it's a fact that Director Lee and his team has been open to engage when I do request on behalf of residents that to have a meeting with them. So I want to compliment the staff in doing what they've been doing and continuing. I hope with the adoption of the key direction today, as the report is saying, that lay out the foundation, and I think it's a mover. Regional Council report also mentioned, and someone also mentioned it's a living document. There are opportunities to fine tune and make changes. And in fact, I hope down the line, as we move towards July this year or early next year or end next year, with the restrictions in terms of the public health may be lifted or partially lifted, we might actually have people come in to engage them face to face. So the point number one, and there's a part of motion in front of us. The other thing I do want to thank all the delegation today. In fact, we have 6 delegation. That's an increase of 50% from our December 8th meeting of last year. And speaking of delegation, I also noticed 3 of the 6 are relating to issues and concern about the village local area, specifically about the Major Mackenzie corridor. I'm not going to drill too much into it. And I think, for example, Mr. Ramsey already have provided us with the written correspondence in addition to his oral delegation, and the other 2 residents already said what they said. And I take it staff would take note of that and make adjustment and continue consultation. And relation to the Sheraton Land, a couple of members who spoke before me, if you touch on it, I would like to ask the staff through Mr. Chair, perhaps to Mr. Lee, what would be the potential implications, doesn't matter, it's 20 stories, 30 story, or what have you, about the Buttonville Airport, to the extent that this is something that I related to earlier, beyond our control. Would that not have an impact in terms of the timetable of when Buttonville Airport might cease to operate on this particular plan?
Through the chair to Councillor Chan, the Buttonville Airport, in terms of zoning, what you can actually build, it's very important to get some resolution as to when the airport would stop operating, and then you can allow the taller buildings. We can plan in the OP for taller buildings right at this point in time, even though the airport is still operating, possibly even moving towards zoning with holding provisions that would allow taller buildings, but the holding provisions couldn't be lifted until the airport's closed. So we can plan for taller buildings. We just might not be able to implement those taller buildings if they're within the airport restricted area in terms of height. So we can plan for it, but we can't implement the taller buildings really until the airport's closed.
Thank you. And I do understand the delegate requesting for, labeling as a KDA versus a local area because of the hierarchy. But I do hear from you, Director Lee, it's all depending on individual application or site-specific situations. I just want to make sure that's what I'm hearing is correctly. So I believe you did say don't get alarmed by the label, but rather than the specific conditions or applications. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Lee.
Yeah, so it wouldn't necessarily come down to the applications, but it's all about the heights and the densities that we would permit in the official plan in that area. And as I mentioned, what the label is on the area isn't so important. It's establishing appropriate heights and densities for that particular area that's going to matter. My concern about labeling it a KDA at this point is that you can only have so many KDAs, and everybody who's got a development site might want to become a KDA, and I'm not sure that's quite appropriate, but our overall goal is to provide appropriate heights and densities for the area in which we're considering.
Okay, speaking of KDA, I did note it in the staff report. They're talking about the Young 16 Calvary KDA might be looking into a realignment of a boundary. Through Mr. Mayor to Mr. Lee, could you elaborate a little bit what's in the mindset of the staff on this boundary realignment?
So as we've noted, we're going to be sort of rolling out more of the details in terms of the MTSAs and what OP designations, what land use designations there are, what the boundaries are. That's part of the next step. It's not part of this sort of key direction step, but we're working on that right now in the background because yes, people are asking, should the boundary be this or be that? Stuff we're working on, and we're also going to be consulting those people who are asking those questions to understand, if it's indeed appropriate to realign a boundary or whatever. That's all part of the next step.
Thank you. In addition to MTSA, a future subway might go there, but also important to point out that our really National Historic Site, David Dunlop Observatory Park, is right in that area, which might not be in that boundary. So I'm quite excited because I remember last August, I think David Dixon was using the term planning for change. Change is not easy, but change is exciting. So I look forward to the journey about the next step after the key direction is being adopted, I hope. And I think one point, just last point, I know my time's up on that note. I take comfort, our city plan of 2041 is going within the context of regional plan. I think one of my colleagues mentioned, particularly on centers corridors such as Highway 7, has to be a coordinated
your time is up.
planning context. Yes, planning context within the region, because with people see that it seems to be uneven planning development north and south of Highway 7. I think we have to think about regionally, we got to have a coordinated approach. So I'm in support of the motion, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and for the indulgence, and thank you, Mr. Lee, for the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Chan. Okay, I'm the last person on the list here for the first round. I just very briefly, I see Councillor Pirelli, did you want to speak? Okay, I just wanted to just very quickly, there are certainly some specific items that we heard from delegates and from the letters we got today that need work, and I think we have time to do that. So I trust that we'll be looking forward to some of those opportunities. I do want to say that I think that this is a good document. I've heard some very good feedback from the public about the general directions that it represents. I think, you know, I won't go through it all. It was a fairly lengthy staff report and a very long key directions report that I've got red ink all over just to highlight different things. But I think that this does bode well for our community in the future. It does provide a similar structure to what we've seen before in terms of the spine of the urban structure, but it also provides opportunities that are emerging with regard to the time that's gone by since 2010. Emerging and ever changing provincial growth plans and so on. So I think this is good. It's very important that we get it right. I mean, there's some of the words that are used that I've noticed in here is, placemaking, increase the supply of employment opportunities, addressing climate change. There's lots of good things that are going on in this plan. I think that, housing affordability has come up. It's a crucial thing right now, and we need to address that. And we need for the official plan to address it and address alignment with whatever we need to also be doing to affect some positive change in housing affordability. So I won't go any further than that at this point in time. I think a lot has been said by my colleagues. I appreciate their input. So at this point, we've exhausted the speakers list. Unless there's a desire for a second round, I would suggest we could take the vote on the motion put forward by Councillor DiPaolo as amended. So all those in favor?
Record a vote, please.
I am here. I'm having intermittent video issues, but I am here.
Thank you. So recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Voting on the motion of Regional Local Councillor DiPaolo, seconded by Councillor Silovitz, as amended. And this is also, just to clarify, this is voting on the staff recommendation in 13.3 and the receipt of the presentation, as well as the receipt of the information in 13.4. So voting on that motion, Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Barrows.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor West.
Yes.
Thank you. Region Local Councillor DiPaolo.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Silovitz.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Munch. Councillor Munch, please.
You're on mute.
Yes.
Thank you. And Regional Local Councillor Pirelli.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Though that motion carries unanimously.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda then is delegation 12.1, Jeff Dennis from Mount Pleasant Group of Cemeteries. So Mr. Dennis, I don't see you on the, he is here, okay.
Here.
Oh, there you are.
Right.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Dennis. You've got 5 minutes to address council. I know we do have a piece of correspondence from you as well.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope this is a rather straightforward matter, so we'll take you through it quickly. My name is Jeff Dennis, and I'm the Director of Development with the Mount Pleasant Group of Cemeteries. For those that don't know our history, MPGC is a not-for-profit cemetery provider whose history extends back to the 1820s, when Toronto was a small Victorian capital known as the town of York. At the time, only Anglicans and Roman Catholics could be buried within town limits. Everyone else had to be buried outside of town. So in 1826, we opened our first cemetery with a mandate to provide burial for all residents. And over the past 200 years, we've grown and adapted to the changing needs of the communities we serve, and now own and operate 10 cemeteries across the GTA. And while MPGC's founders certainly couldn't have envisioned the multicultural region that Southern Ontario has become, we would argue that our mandate to provide choice to all families is even more relevant in the 2020s than it was in the 1820s. One of the 10 cemeteries we own and operate is the Elgin Mills Cemetery, which is a 172-acre property located at 1591 Elgin Mills Road East. The cemetery was open to the public in 1979 and has evolved over the last 40 years to serve the changing needs of the Richmond Hill community. We're speaking to council today in relation to a proposal we have to construct a 2-story addition to our existing mausoleum and columbarium building. The addition will expand our ability to offer indoor glass-fronted columbarium niches for the storage and memorialization of cremated human remains, a cemetery offering that MPGC has been providing to the Richmond Hill community for the past 20 years. Under the provincial legislation, matters related to the establishment, alteration, and expansion of cemeteries are addressed under the Funeral, Burial, and Cremation Services Act, known as the FBCSA, and they're administered by the Bereavement Authority of Ontario, the BAO. The FBCSA requires the BAO's consent, along with the approval of the local municipality, for any proposal to increase the capacity of a cemetery. And it requires that as a cemetery operator, we obtain municipal approval prior to making that application for consent. The FBCSA also specifies that in the addition to granting a building permit, the local municipality needs to, if it's in their opinion, publish a notice that it's in the public interest. And you must publish that in a local newspaper. So we note that cemetery space in Ontario is a finite, non-renewable resource, as under the provincial law, all interment rights are sold in perpetuity. And as existing cemeteries in the GTA age, our land availability and our options to provide future generations with memorializations for their loved ones in close proximity to where they live becomes increasingly challenging. So maximizing the use of our existing land is of the utmost importance to MPGC. Over the past decades, cremation has increasingly become the preferred choice for many families in Southern Ontario, and now sees about 70% of all GTA families choose cremation versus traditional in-ground burial, versus about 55% in the year 2000. With the changing demographics and the expected population increases in the York region, we expect the demand for cremation to continue to rise in the coming decades. As we combine that with the broader choice of families that choose cremation, but also there's numerous faith and cultural groups that either prefer or actually dictate cremation over burial as a cultural practice. The proposal to expand our existing mausoleum and niche building at the Elgin Mill Cemetery is in direct response to the growing demand for cremation memorialization in Richmond Hill, and in particular these indoor glass niches, which have proven to be the preferred choice for many, many families. The proposal that we have in front of the city was reviewed by Richmond Hill planning staff in early 2021, who agreed the proposal was consistent with our building envelopes in our existing site plan agreements. It was as of right and did not require any additional planning approvals. The planning staff indicated that the only municipal approvals required for the expansion were a building permit, and an application was made in late 2021 related to that. That in the submission that I made, I believe it's under 13.14 of the agenda, you can see some images of the proposed site plan and some building elevations that we included from our building permit submission. And we're hoping that given the information provided today, that City Council agrees that our proposal to increase the capacity of the Elgin Mill Cemetery is in the public interest and would authorize the city clerk to publish said decision in accordance with the requirements of the FBCSA, which again were outlined in our report. I thank you for your time today, and I'm here to answer any questions if you may have some.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. We'll come back to you if we have any questions. So at this time, I think what is required to make this happen is we would need to move the recommendation in the staff report 1314, sorry, on the agenda 1314A, and also the request for decision that's outlined in at the end of Mr. Dennis's letter. So this is this area is in Ward 3, so I would go to Councillor Liu as the ward councillor. Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move 13.14, which is to receive the correspondence from Mr. Jeff Dennis. And Mr. Dennis, thank you very much for your patience. I understand that is a very straightforward ask, and the city has no control over the FBCSA. However, my struggle here is when I talk to staff, is more an administrative matter than a planning matter, which I'm very, very unfamiliar with. So I don't have any problem with the expansion. I thank MPGC for serving the Richmond Hill community for over 20 years. I'm just have through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Dennis. Is this very time sensitive? Am I able to defer it to the next council meeting. But the reason behind it is, as much as I understand, but I'm not comfortable making a motion coming from an applicant, but without any staff input. So I would like to have 2 weeks to consult staff to make sure that everything is right and in place. And then we'll come back and do this on February 23rd. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Is that okay, Mr. Dennis?
Mr. Dennis, go ahead.
We can certainly do that if there's no other option. We had provided the information in advance. The only time sensitivity is we are unable to proceed with the provincial approvals that we require until this step gets taken. There's a publication period, and that leads to timelines. So every delay adds weeks and weeks. And as time goes on, we are running out of options for families at the Elgin Mill Cemetery. We've planned ahead. It's certainly going to take us another year to construct this building, but we're hopeful that we can get this built before we run out of niches to offer to families who do come in and buy this product at a fairly significant rate. So if there was any way to do it today, I would appreciate that. But if not, Councillor Leo, we would be happy to take you through it, because as you mentioned, it is more of an administrative process than a planning process. The act of declaring the project in the public interest does not remove any of the requirements of the Planning Act, working with the building department, or any other municipal approval. It's just one step along the process that we have to do in parallel with the municipality.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. No, I would be more comfortable to make a deferral motion to February 23rd, so that I have more understanding, and even council have more understanding, because I don't know what to refer to, because it's not a planning matter. Do I refer this to the clerk or which department? I have no idea. So, Mr. Hike, would you like to give us some input? I just want a peace of mind that, making what the applicants is asking to the motion is nothing harmful to the city.
Mr. Hike?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Liu, certainly, obviously, if you want to refer this to staff, I actually believe it would be a joint effort to discuss the matter, although we have had some discussions about the matter, because as you pointed out and has been said, this doesn't fit into the normal parameters of planning matters, etc. In my discussion with my colleagues here on staff, really, the only thing to happen at this stage is whether council wants to fulfill the, I forget the name of the, and I apologize. I heard Mr. Dennis, I remember this from a previous time in my career, but the new registrar, anyways, the registrar's mandate to endorse the project, or say that's in the public interest and public notice. I can tell you that in my conversations with other staff members, both in planning and everything, really the only comment that we had was that, well, if the registrar wants, or if it's a legislative requirement to post a notice in the newspaper, we would, in course with normal practice, require the applicant themselves to pay for that newspaper ad, because we don't actually publish notices in the newspaper very often. So that is really, I think, Councillor, the only response you're going to get from staff at the next meeting is, well, if council believes that it's in the public interest to include, to increase the size of the columbarium at the Elgin, then pass the motion, but we'd say that request that the applicant cover our costs associated with the newspaper ad.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much for the clarification. So, well, if that's the case, if this is standard practice, I'll be more than happy. I just don't want to delay it anymore. I don't want to waste council time on the next meeting. I would be more than happy to move the motion that is suggested by the applicant.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. And you'd be willing to, I believe we also need the number 1, 2, and 3 at the end of the letter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, please. Okay. Yes, please. Okay. And while the clerk is preparing the motion, I have another question for Mr. Dennis, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah. On the side note, I received a lot of inquiries about a structure which is near Cosmo Music, close to the York Montessori School. May
Yes.
I know what that structure is? Because
What's under construction right now, you're talking about the southwest corner of the cemetery. That's our new maintenance building. We've been working with the municipality for the last couple of years. We've received a site plan approval and a building permit to construct it. So really it's, if anybody knows the Elgin Mill Cemetery, just in the last 2 years, we've actually developed all of the land east of the Rouge there between what was previously a separation in the 404. So with the growth of the cemetery, we're modernizing our maintenance facility. So that's our yard that includes all of our backhoes, our grass cutting equipment, our staff. So it's well screened. It was all dealt with the planning staff, and the idea is that it's all serviced internally, but it is just a back of house function, for lack of a better description, to help us maintain and operate the cemetery as we move forward. Okay. And if I could just add with 1 second, just in response to the clerk's recommendation or comment about cost, we're more than happy to pay for the cost of the publication of the newspaper ad if that's a challenge.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So that's it, Councillor Liu, for you?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Silovitz. Okay, so it's on the screen here, which is I think the same as what's in the agenda and the staff report. So there's, I guess at this point we call a vote. Is there all those in favor of the motion on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, and opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, that carries only. Okay, moving on.
I'm sorry, I'd like that vote recorded.
Okay,
Sorry
recorded
for the
vote.
delay.
Good call.
Was there a confusion on the outcome? Why do we need it recorded?
It's her right to call that, Councillor Barros.
I'm just curious. I wasn't questioning her right.
Okay, that's fine. Good. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Voting on the motion, Councillor Silovitz.
Yes.
Thank you. Region Local Councillor DePaula.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Munch.
No.
Thank you, Mayor West.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Barros.
Yes.
Thank you, and Regional Local Councillor Pirelli.
Yes, please.
Thank you. That motion does carry.
Welcome.
Thank you. So the next delegate on our list here is Delegate 12.8, Mr. John Lee, regarding a member motion submitted by Councillor Chan regarding online voting for October 2022. So Mr. Lee, I see you on the screen. If you can unmute yourself, and you've got 5 minutes.
My turn?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. For the online voting, I want to, I think, address it. The result from the recent mayor by-election means a lot. The turnout rate for the mayor by-election was 32%. 2018, the general election only 27%. So we increased absolutely, I think, 5%. But if you convert the relative number, we increased 19% under extreme weather. Why this happened? Just because online vote is allowed. So 93% the voters vote online. But in last June, the council killed online vote rights for residents. Is that because online vote is not reliable? No, because Markham already use online vote since 2003. So the past 5 municipal elections, Markham used online vote. The result is that in general, they have 5 to 7% voter turnout rate higher than Richmond Hill. And also in our neighbor cities, Aurora, Newmarket, they all allowed online vote. Is it because residents don't like the online vote? No. Councillor Chen has an online survey. As for last night, 10:20 p.m., there are about 560 residents vote. 97% vote yes. They want online vote. So online vote can boost voter turnout rate, protect voters from harsh environments and the pandemic. It's convenient and reliable. Richmond Hill already has 2 successful by-election use online voting system, so it's reliable. Most important, 95% or more residents want online option. So under this circumstance, I'm wondering, is any other excuse? Let me see, excuse. Some councillor can still refuse to give the resident the right to vote in this October. Found any good excuse? Today we will see how will you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. So this, I think Mr. Lee is the only delegate on this, although we've received a large number of correspondence, obviously, and I'm sure everybody sees that in our package. Yes. So at this point in time, I would go to Councillor Chan, who was the mover of that motion. Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the delegate who just spoke about. I was about to refer to it. I'm only going to touch on 3 things. Number 1 is that the delegate already mentioned in the question I put on my own council website, 97% out of about 565 people answer as of this morning say they would support to have online voting. And I think the most impressive number is the 93% of people who actually did vote online less than a month ago. And if we as community representative, if the members of the public are supporting, requesting for in such a magnitude to have online voting, and I think that incumbent of us as their representative to say, yes, we understand, we appreciate your support, let's do it. Number 2, and it's make reference that our staff, and it's also in part of my motion, that our staff in the city through the clerk's department have not only successfully done 1 in the most recent mayoral by-election, but actually 2 in the school board trustee by-election in 2020. In fact, in the research I've been doing, I came across our clerk in his former capacity in the city of Markham, actually make presentation in Markham about 10 years ago, exactly talking about internet voting program. So we actually have an in-house person, and our clerk is actually really proficient in internet voting. And number 3 is that talking about in terms of the growth and the pattern. And I think the delegate mentioned on the 3, Markham was 1 that to start to have online voting. At the time, it's only 12 municipalities in Ontario. Fasting forward, 3 years ago, 2018, 177 municipalities in Ontario use online voting, either exclusively or in addition to other methods. And in this coming year, an estimated 250 municipalities will be online voting. Is Richmond Hill going to join this 250 municipalities in Ontario do that? And I think that's something that the leadership is where it is. Now, having said all that, there are concerns about potential security risk. Yes, every election method would have risk. The question is that how you mitigate or how to prevent it from happening. As is pointed out to me, without being a computer expert, the online voting, if you come to try to do verification, it will be linked to an IP address, whereby if you're doing an auditing purposes, there are actual traces that you can do. So for all those reasons that I mentioned, I will ask my colleague to say yes and listen to the overwhelming majority of the wishes of our community. In addition, I'll be remiss if I don't mention about the 60 written correspondence, and thank you for everyone. And it's true, not every single person who write in agree. There are 3 out of the 60 who say, well, maybe it's not the time. However, if you look at numbers, 95% of people written in also say yes. So it's time to respect our community wishes, or overwhelming majority wishes of our community. It's time to say yes, and there's more things we can do to modernize our election and also help. In the end, the objective is to offer a convenient, safe way for our voters to cast a vote and get the turnout number high. And this is what we should promote in terms of more participation in the democratic process. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to colleagues for listening to me. And I will look forward to have one of you to kindly second my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Chan. I should mention, Councillor Silva, that you're going to be next on the speakers list. I should mention, it's my understanding that since we have considered this motion before, according to our procedural bylaw, we actually, subject to you correct me, Mr. Clerk, I think we need a motion to reconsider that requires 2/3 majority of council in order for us to consider the motion in your member motion. So, Mr. Clerk, can you just advise how do we deal with that? Do we deal with the motion to reconsider first?
Thank you. You certainly could. And actually, the first clause of Councillor Chan's motion is actually the motion to reconsider. It says that council reconsider its June 9th, 2021 decision not to authorize the use of internet voting. If it's at council's discretion, you have to pass the motion to reconsider. I think you could either separate clause 1 and deal with that first and vote on that, or you could just vote as on the entire package, and it would still require 2/3 vote to pass. So it's really at your discretion, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps you want to deal first with the motion to reconsider, and then the other matter, you could do that as well. I leave that in your hands.
It is built into the motion then. So you were saying it is proper. Sorry, Councillor Chan, I didn't actually fully understand that subtlety. But if it is, Mr. Clerk, if it is built into the motion already, we could deal with the motion as it stands in its entirety at one time.
I have seen it done that way, that it's law, as long as the overall, if you were to vote on every clause in Councillor Chan's motion, it would require 2/3 vote to pass. If council wants to be strict, then yes, just deal right now with the motion to reconsider. Councillor Chan could move the motion to reconsider, just clause 1 of his motion. We'll have the vote on that. And then if that passes, then we can move to the other clauses.
I actually think that's the most logical way to proceed. Councillor Chan, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that, but as you noted, Mr. Mayor, and noted by the clerk, I intentionally put in the very first clause for the resolution, and that's for that purpose. So at your hands, Mr. Mayor, either way, if you want me to move separately with A first, to first consider whether council with 2/3 of our members were willing to reconsider, then I'm happy to move that.
Okay, I think that's the way we should do that, subject. So Councillor Silovitz, at this time, then we will be moving a motion to reconsider, and then we'll go back upon, if that's passed successfully, then we'll go back to Councillor Chan's motion and deal with the whole motion as it stands. So Councillor Silovitz, you'll be willing to do that?
Yes.
Okay, so any discussion, including you, Councillor Silovitz, on the motion to reconsider?
No, I think it's plain and simple. Thank you.
Okay, I see Councillor DiPaolo. Go ahead. Oh, you're on mute. Regional Councillor DiPaolo, you're still on mute.
Okay, get my screen back up. Okay, thank you. So, I'm not gonna support going back and changing a decision we've made. We made a decision in June to have our elections in this fall, regular elections by pen and paper only, continuing with the tradition, following what the provincial and federal governments do. The entire provincial government and the entire federal government still use pen and paper. There's very good reasons for that. A candidate is able to have a scrutineer in every single poll and someone who watches the ballots being counted. In internet voting, we've experimented with it, and now we have something to compare against, and it's going to be interesting to see what a pen and paper result is going to look like by comparison. It'll give us some data points to consider how we're going to do our voting in the future. But there's still a majority of municipalities that are strictly using pen and paper. So that's the majority of municipalities, the province and the federal government. This is done in a way that a physical person can watch the votes being counted. There's so much trust that needs to be placed in a third-party company that we're contracting to tabulate these internet voting results. So, an online poll showed that people that answer an online poll, 93% of them want to also vote online. But if we had a poll where people had to show up and cast a vote, maybe 93% of them would be in favor of voting in person. The whole point is we have already made a decision as a council. So it has been communicated during the entire mayor by-election. It's been communicated to residents that they're going to have a chance to vote only in person, that the next time this is the way we're going to do it. This council has already decided how we are going to hold our elections. We just debated it. It was hard fought. There was a lot of great points on both sides. And I understand the merits of online voting, and increasing voter turnout is very important to me. I want us to really get our voter turnout up. I'm proud of Richmond Hill that our numbers are up, and I'm hoping they'll be up even higher in the fall. And that's important. But voter turnout is one data point that needs to be considered, but it's also the accuracy. And I would argue that the accuracy is even more important. The verifiability and the reliability of the results is the most important. We had candidates in this election that were cautioned because they were sharing the link to the voting website. That we have rules, but they're so difficult to enforce. They're so difficult to enforce. So the people that violated those rules were merely cautioned or reprimanded, but it doesn't affect the outcome.
We have a point of order, Councillor Barros.
I apologize, my video is still
That's fine.
wonky.
What's your point of order?
I'll try to get it fixed. The point of order is the member speaking to the advisability of reconsideration, or is he creating an argument for the motion if it's actually on the floor?
Well, I think it's a little of both, but thank you for your point of order.
Will we all get 2 times to speak to the same motion then?
No, Councillor DePaulo, good point. Thank you.
I think if anyone's listening, the main point that I'm saying is this council has already made a decision. We've made a decision, and I think we need to honor that decision because the electorate is already ready to vote by the mechanism that this council determined they would be voting by. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Regional Councillor DePaulo. Councillor Liu, and I think I say Councillor Munch. Yes. Councillor Liu first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I don't mind discussing it again. I'm in support of it, but before council make a decision whether or not to reconsider, I think it's prudent to, through you, to the clerk. Do we still have time, and do we still have money to do it? If the clerk office is not able to do it because it's already February, then there's no point to reconsider. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That's a good point, and it probably is worth dealing with that at this point in time, Mr. Clerk.
Certainly. So thank you. Through the chair, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the council does still have time. So legislatively, bylaws to authorize voting methods, including internet voting, have to be passed on or before May 1st of the regular election year. And I can tell you that operationally, if council is desired to use online voting for the fall, now is the time to make that decision. If that decision is made now, or I'd say even within the next week, yes, I absolutely can operationalize that. And in fact, we already have had discussions, having had a successful by-election, about how this would all look if council decided. But yes, I can certainly operationalize that. As to costs, a lot of that is going to depend on what the final product, I guess you would call, look like. How many vote centers, how many days for in-person, et cetera, et cetera. And some of that is still very much up in the air because we don't know where COVID-19 is taking us yet, although we certainly are preparing as if hopefully COVID-19 is not as big of a factor in the fall, but we could do it. Do I believe that we could do this within the overall, I believe it's 800,000 plus the surplus from last time budget? It's quite likely, but as I reported in June, there might be some additional costs that we would have to incur there. I actually would be looking probably at this time as the opportunities to bring in a part-time contractor, just because we are several months or a few months behind in our regular election planning. We're just trying to make it all work, but yes, we can do this. And as to the cost, we will strive to keep it within the overall 800,000 plus budget. But as reported in June, any enhancements under council's protocol is funded by the tax rate stabilization reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Liu?
Thank you. No more questions.
Okay. Councillor Munch, on the advisability of the reconsideration.
I guess through the chair, I have some questions through the clerk. Is the clerk aware during this election, has there been any communication to the clerk's office about concerns about security and safety?
Councillor, I'll allow this, but I think it is important that we talk about the advisability, and I understand where you're going with this, so that's fine, but let's just make sure we stick to the advisability of this. And then if it does end up getting the 2/3 vote that it needs, then we'll be talking about the specifics of the motion itself.
In order to reconsider,
I understand that.
We need
That's
information, so it's
Agreed.
hard to reconsider something without.
And that's fine. So go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Okay.
Thank you, and I apologize. Through the mayor, I believe the question was, are we aware of, or was I, in my capacity as Chief Electoral Officer, aware of concerns related to the online voting in the most recent by-election, or public concerns or concerns expressed about process questions expressed? If that was the question, yes, I'm certainly, as was the entire team, aware of what was going on around us, and comments that were made in the public, and concerns that were expressed in the public realm. We were very aware of all those concerns, and Councillor Chan pointed out, I've actually dealt with online voting for quite a while. In some respects, I was very aware going into these, and in fact, we're all prepared to answer the very questions that were raised by the public with concerns, and I can appreciate when current concerns are expressed. In fact, I think it's a good thing that the public expresses their concerns so that we can answer them and tell them the processes that we put in place to address those very concerns.
So actually, that was thank you. That was actually a much greater answer than what I was expecting.
Order.
Councillor Barros, point of order.
Again, these aren't questions that would lead someone to decide if they want to reconsider it. These are questions that we would be having after we already decided to reconsider it. So please, Mr. West, can you get us to the point where we just make the vote? People came to this meeting already deciding if they were willing to reconsider or not.
Councillor Barros, I get your point of order. I actually, Councillor Munch, I think is making an effort to make sure that he's getting the information he can to make sure that he knows whether he wants to vote in favor or not against the reconsideration. So, Councillor Munch, go ahead and just
come on. You're just delaying the meeting now.
Oh, okay. So, Councillor Munch, go ahead.
So, just thank you for the answer. It actually was much greater than what I was expecting. My question was, were you just aware, yes or no? Actually, what you came back with was a lot more engagement of that your department was aware of it or aware of concerns that people had, and that your staff were moving actions, and that actually helps solidify my position. So thank you. I will not be supporting the reconsideration based upon those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Munch. I think I saw Councillor Pirelli had your card up. Go ahead, Councillor Pirelli.
Thank you. Well, I think for public consideration, this reconsideration motion is in fact a decision to go against the previous direction from this council, which was not to have online voting, right? If 6 of us agree that we're going to reconsider it, it's because we want to go the other way. Otherwise, we simply wouldn't agree with it. So I support Councillor Munch's questioning because he wants to know whether he should be supporting online voting in this election, since we haven't, had it before. To answer Councillor Munch's question regarding were there any issues with the online voting, there will always be issues. The real question is, are there issues of any significance? Would they have changed the outcome of the election? The answer to that is no. Wouldn't have changed the outcome of the election. I, for one, am in favor of online voting. I think the clerk did an excellent job of handling it. Come the fall, we're going to have, did you get my good side, Councillor Liu? I saw you take a picture. I thought you were taking a picture of me. I think in the fall, if we have a very similar election, a couple of polling stations, I actually contemplated just online voting, but not everybody in the community has the ability to work online. We found that out during this campaign. So I think it's important that we have some kind of in-person voting, but I'm satisfied that any loopholes in the online voting are negligible, they're manageable, and they're covered. And I don't believe that they really change the outcome of the election. So I'm sure there's issues with in-person voting as well that could arise. I do for one, when we do reconsider this, I do want to ask the clerk at some point, with the indulgence of my colleagues, is that as Councillor DePaul has stated, we didn't have the benefit of scrutineers, and we were given daily counts of who voted. And we would like, I think, I would speak for one, I'd like to know who voted in the last 3 days or last day, so that we could update our records in light of the fact that we weren't allowed to have a scrutineer there to get that information. So at some point, if the clerk could give us that information, I don't know if it's appropriate to bring it up as part of this motion, or not the reconsideration, of course, but as part of the, when we go into it, because I will support the reconsideration because I intend on allowing internet voting. I think it is the way of the future, and people have a right, and the easiest and quickest way to do it is online. I even figured out how to do it. I won't tell you who I voted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pirelli. Okay, so I think I might be the last person on the list here. I will support the reconsideration. I actually think we should have passed this the last time. That's how I voted, and I respect everybody's concerns. Actually, it was a great discussion when we had this originally. But I think that, the successes that we've seen in this last election and also in the school board election, the feedback that we've received from residents, both in this particular case and also, during the election itself, was very positive. And I think, I agree that this is more and more municipalities are doing this. I do respect the concerns, though. I mean, I get what people are saying, but I think that at the end of the day, I think this is a better way to go. And so I will support the reconsideration. So having said that, being the last speaker, so what I would ask now is a recorded vote from Councillor Silovitz, and I would ask that people, we vote, Mr. Clerk, for the reconsideration part. And then if that's successful, we'll go back to the the motion itself. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. Mayor West, on the motion to, and members of council, on the motion to reconsider council's June 9th, 2021 decision, this does require a 2/3 vote to pass, or 6 members of the 8 voting. Mayor West.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Silovitz.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Munch.
No.
Thank you. Regional Local Councillor DePaula.
No.
Thank you. Regional Local Councillor Pirelli.
The birthday boy gets the last vote, eh? Wow, that's special. Yes.
Here's a surprise.
Thank you. And Councillor Barrows.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion to reconsider does carry.
Okay, so we're back to talking about the main motion. Councillor Chan, why don't you, would you like to speak again on this, or this is your first time officially on the actual motion?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I said what I said, the 3 things. The numbers speak for itself. And also, as I understand it, there's this ongoing discussion about how to better improving with the new technology in terms of the online voting. And I understand, particularly in the academic community, they have study groups, and my understanding is that, and I think last time when we touched on this issue, we even have a Professor Goodman who came actually make the presentation. My understanding, based on my research, she's actually continuing with her work. And actually, some of the information I gather about the estimate 250 municipalities would be adopting online voting in this October is actually originally from Professor Goodman's research. And I have every confidence that any issue or concern that would be mitigated. And Mr. Kirk already acknowledged he has been doing it for some time in the former capacity in Markham, and also with our latest 2 by-election that actually in using online internet voting. So I'm just asking my colleagues to consider that the wishes of the overwhelming majority of the people in Richmond Hill who expressed to us, in particular 93% who cast their vote in mail by-election, they prefer online voting. So as committee representatives, I respectfully ask my colleagues to listen to people, and that's with the now, I guess the first one is taken out, already approved. The rest of the of my resolution, I ask my colleagues to endorse it and support it, and so that we will have an online voting in addition to in-person voting in the coming election in October 2022. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Chan. So seconder, Councillor Silovitz, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I'll gladly second this. I was also one who voted in the opposite way last year, that we should have online voting. So I'm going to stick with that. I think that the data speaks for itself. It's very clear that not only do the residents want this, but the residents did it, and that's what counts. Just one question, just to allay any fears that may be out there through you, Mr. Mayor, to our clerk. Mr. Hike, were there any areas of concern for you and your team regarding the online voting sector of this? Did anything come up that was a huge red flag to you, or a screaming red light?
Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not, in all honesty, I'm not quite sure how to answer that question. And the reason being is that when you speak about online voting, you're speaking about several factors, whether it's the technology itself or the process and the public's response. I think the way I can answer that is to say that none of the concerns that were expressed publicly throughout the by-election were unfamiliar to me. And that we did not have protocols in place to address, or protocols that exist already essentially within the legislation itself. I think that's probably the best way I can answer that, and I apologize if that's not clear enough, but it's sort of a very general question, right? So
no, that's great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm very pleased that we will also be continuing with in-person voting in certain areas, how many to be determined. One phone call I got was from an elderly woman who was concerned that if we only go for online voting, it is only online voting. But I told her, no, that would not be a democratic process. There would always be an in-person place for you to go and vote. So I'm happy to second this. I think that Richmond Hill needs to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Silvitz. I don't have anybody else on the speakers list. Oh, Councillor DiPaolo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the clerk, are you going to go with the same scaled back number of voting locations since there's online, like no voting in buildings and two locations per ward, and make it difficult for residents to vote in person?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Point of order.
Councillor Pirelli, point of order.
The member should apologize to the clerk, suggesting that the clerk is out to make it difficult for the residents to vote. Shame on you.
Well,
I don't think that's
voting locations, Mr. Mayor, were reduced from.
Yeah, I understand. Councillor, I need to rule on this. I don't think that's what he was trying to say, Regional Local Councillor Pirelli. I think the point, if I'm not mistaken, that he was making was that there were reduced numbers of polling stations because we had online. So, Mr. Clerk, you are in the midst of answering that question.
Thank you. I cannot give through you, Mr. Mayor, I cannot give a definitive answer. I certainly can say that if you are, if assuming council would approve this motion, we would be running both the online vote as well as the in-person with paper ballots and tabulator vote. In doing so, it would be not be practical to have as many voting locations as you would if it was exclusively paper. Because while I can't say for certain, obviously, if the same percentages of 93 online versus 7 in person will remain, I think based on the experience of other municipalities, the online vote will be higher. I would point out that we actually ran into a problem of where to put the 12 vote centers that we had in the by-election. We would have actually preferred to spread them out a little bit more, still remaining 2 in a ward, but spread them out. We ran into challenges because of the pandemic with doing that, which limited our ability. As I said, how this will look in the fall could be very different. I will not, if a council approves this, certainly there won't be 60 vote centers or voting locations. That would not be practical. It would be actually cost prohibitive as well. But how this looks could be very different because it very much depends where the pandemic is at that time. And for instance, we were not able to get into schools. So we would have ideally used a high school to put a more central location. Well, because of the pandemic, we weren't able to get into that building. And we respect and appreciate that. But that situation may be very different in the fall. So it's hard to say how it'll look exactly.
Okay, thank you. And what types of penalties or consequences will candidates face if they're violating rules in terms of having a link from their published materials, from putting out a paid ad or boosted post that links voters to the voting website?
Thank you. Penalties for candidates is a complicated issue. The voting procedures included the requirement that candidates not provide a link to the voting website because and I'm not suggesting, and I'll stress this, I'm not suggesting any candidate would do this, but we don't want candidates linking to the voters website through proxy servers where they're collecting people's data without authorization or the knowledge of those voters. And I can tell you this because it's been discussed in other public realms that this is something to do. In terms of penalties in the legislation, they fall into two categories. There are penalties that candidates could incur in the context of compliance audits, which deals primarily with campaign finance rules. So the other penalties, which apply not just to candidates, but to pretty much everyone involved in elections, including the voters, are set out as offenses to the act. So the offense to vote when not being entitled to do so, the offense to provide false information, knowingly provide false information to an election official who is empowered to receive that information. Those offenses, of course, carry, as we communicated several times to the public in the by-election, carry a 6-month imprisonment or $25,000 potential fine if convicted. There's an additional category, what you would call corrupt offenses. So if any of those offenses under Section 89, the not voting when entitled to do, the furnishing false information, and there's a long list, I don't have it in front of me. If it's determined that that's a corrupt offense, so that would usually be committed by a candidate. So it's a way to, the corrupt offense being that they are there to corrupt the election itself. The penalties actually get much more stringent. So the candidates could be disqualified if they, for instance, were elected. They could lose their seat. They could be disqualified for running for multiple elections. So it all really depends on what happens. The linking from the request or the procedural rule that I established for candidates not to provide a link was just one of the myriad of security things that we put in place. I'm, of course, open to revisiting that rule. I'm the one that would approve the procedures for internet voting. Perhaps, you know, and I heard loud and clear that candidates wanted to be able to assist the residents with voting. There are perhaps ways that I could, and I apologize, I can't take direction on this because this is something I have to do independently, could make some rules that say, well, no, candidates can provide a link only if they don't link through proxy servers, et cetera. But these are the things that we learn from and we continuously build on in elections.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I hope there is very, very good policing. I hope that someone in your office is dedicated to ensuring that in all languages there isn't any communication that's an attempt on a candidate's part to assist voters. It looks like our public has a lot of trust in this process. It does look like it's overwhelming from the correspondence that this is the way our residents want to choose their council. You know, in light of the fact that 6 members have already voted to go this direction, I think we have to recognize that we are not going to be following through with what this council decided, and I don't want anyone to think that I'm not sensitive to the correspondence or their desired preferred method. I'm just not at the point yet where I have faith, and I would have loved to have the contrast where we could see what happens online and we could see what happens in person, and to make some valid decisions going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got, I don't have anybody else on the speakers list at the moment. Okay, Councillor Liu and Councillor Munch. So Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. If you remember last time I spoke against online voting, but after experiencing the by-election, you know, even though I still have more questions than answers, you know, I'm seriously considering to to go along, to get along. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk. Is council going to get a report, in terms of a review of the past by-election?
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, certainly if council wanted us to provide a report, we would do so. It's not a normal practice for elections, simply because council makes its decisions on methods and everything, and then the clerk executes. The challenge is if I provide a report also, and if I'm understanding you correctly about the outcomes of this election, is by the time I get you that report will be, I'll be honest, it'll be a little while, because our work plan is a little swamped right now. But I'm happy to provide a report at some point in time on our experience with the elections.
Okay, thank you. All along I've been hearing, security, I think, is the main issue with lots of residents. Simply, everybody, all council members receive emails from residents, regarding voters registration. Anything we can do differently this time? Because what I've been hearing is you can vote for others, you can get other voters card and vote for them. People are not living in the household also receive a voting card. So what can we do differently this fall compared to the past by-election?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. So, Councillor, it's actually a complicated issue, surprisingly enough, which so the voter cards, or the voter information packages, we call them, that were mailed to eligible persons on the voters list. They're generated because we receive what's known as the preliminary list of electors from the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. The MPAC is charged with providing us the PLE, the preliminary list of electors. Under the legislation, I use the PLE to create the voters list. The legislation says that I really can only create the voters list, so essentially remove people from the PLE, if I am certain they are not eligible electors, or because there's duplicate names on the list, which very much limits what I can do. So I can't just randomly sample and take people off the PLE that's provided by MPAC. That being said, we have been having discussions with MPAC about some of the concerns that were expressed, or certainly what we heard relatively a lot during the election as well. Why am I receiving, voter information packages for my children who haven't lived at home for, a number of years? So we've had discussions with MPAC and say, well, why are these people still on the list? And they're looking at their process. We're looking at a range of things to address that, regardless of the voting method, because it's always been a challenge for us. I can't remove people from the list unless I'm certain they're not eligible to be on the list, which means they actually have to apply to be removed from the list. This is a thing that happens during regular elections. People apply to get removed from the list. We also look at return mail. It's actually return mail issues to try to generate corrections. We are looking for what I can do within the legislative framework with the changes that we've made to the voters list with the by-election, which were, normal volumes of changes with the voters list that we experience, and how we can apply those to the voters list in the fall, subject to any legislative limitations, to minimize any chances, as well as work with MPAC to ensure that their enumeration process, which is they're mandated to do by the Minister of Finance, meets our needs. So it's a whole bunch of people that are involved. We will strive to address all of these issues as best we can, subject to any legislative limitations.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Liu.
Thank you. According to an email I received from the resident, I don't know if other colleagues received this too, is from Ms. Alana Smith. She is in support of online voting, but she does not want online voter registration. Is it possible what I'm thinking is, whoever wanted online voting, I'm just thinking reversely. Can we ask them to register to get on the online voting list instead of just let them take it for granted?
Okay, so I think, through Mr. Mayor, if I might, there's two things at play in there. I think what this person might be suggesting is that they don't want. So during the by-election, we had the voters list registration portal where people could look up to see if they were on the list. If they weren't, they could apply to add themselves to the list. That process is actually similar and consistent and with the in-person process. Because it's an online form versus a paper form. 120,000 thereabouts voters on the voters list are on the voters list because MPAC provides the PLE through their own enumeration that don't complete application forms. Eliminating the online portal to change the voters list actually does not add to any internet voting security. I will tell you that every application to amend the voters list that was made online was reviewed by my team. And if there were inconsistencies, there were errors, and there were some, and we rejected applications. We did not approve every single application that was made online. And we told people that, well, because we're not satisfied, you actually need to go to a vote center or come in person and correct this information.
Thank you. Councilor Liu.
Okay, do we record the IP address of each vote?
Thank you. We record the IP address of each voter, not vote, because the system actually completely separates the vote itself from the voter. But we do, and if I might, we actually review IP, or what you'd call multiple IP address use reports, regularly throughout the voting period to look for inconsistencies, to look if we are suddenly getting, why is there 50 people voting at this IP address? Well, sometimes it would be at a senior's home where they're using one computer. Well, we know that. So yeah, that's just one of our many monitoring tools that we use.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Liu.
All right, 2 more questions. Thank you for indulgence. I read through all the correspondence and I thank all the residents for voicing out, but it's not 100%, as Councillor Chen alluded to. That's one resident asking about blockchain. What is your comment on this? Because, from his comment, if it's not blockchain, he is not comfortable with voting online.
Mr. Clerk. Thank you. I did see that correspondence, Councillor, and the only answer I can provide is I'm not an expert on blockchain, and I am not aware of any online voting system in existence that uses blockchain at this time.
All right, thank you. As I said, last question. Compared to other municipalities, how's Richmond Hill's, security measure on online voting? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Thank you. I would actually, I would say that we are as good, if not better, than many municipalities. We don't only rely on vendors to tell us security. We utilize all the resources we have at our disposal, including our own internal IT team, to conduct very thorough examinations of the security of these systems. And if we weren't, I'll be honest, if I was not satisfied with security and it could not be mitigated, it would not happen. So I would say we are as good, if not better, than other municipalities that use internet voting.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to ask questions, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so I've got the last person I have on this list right now is Councillor Munch.
Okay, so I just want to be absolutely clear because I am going to ask for a recorded vote. So we don't. I've heard it 3 times now, and I want to see if people are going to backtrack, which I expect them to do, which is why I'm loving this video system because I'm taking clips of this. So are we 100% confident on our internet voting based upon the record we have yes or no. So that's what I just don't want a yes or no answer from the clerk. I'm going to go around. So I'd like to know, first of all, are you 100% certain that you would say with absolute certainty that the assurances of safety and security for democracy and our voting records for online voting is as secure online as it is in person? Mr. Clerk, through you, the chair.
Mr. Clerk?
Sir, I'll be honest, Councillor, that's a very difficult question to answer. You're asking me if I'm 100% certain that online voting is as secure as in person. Is that what you're suggesting?
That's my exact question.
Sorry, I just want, so the only way I can answer that is to say that I am as confident in online voting as I am in in-person voting. Both systems rely on voters to not do illegal acts. I am as confident that I apply as many processes as I can for both systems of voting to address any or to limit any potential for voters or other people to commit illegal acts in voting. There's never 100% certainty on anything in any voting system.
Sir, I asked you a question and you've now answered it two different ways. I'm going to ask the question that you reiterated yet again. Very clearly, my question is very clear. If you don't understand the question that you reiterated back to me, tell me in clear English. Are you 100% certain, yes or no, that online voting is as secure as going in person? You've answered it two different ways in your court. I'm not asking you to do the political. I'm just asking you as a clerk who's responsible. I'm asking you for a straight answer. I don't care what the answer is, but don't sit on the fence, sir. Okay. Because that's my question. My question is, and not changed. You've given us two different answers. Please, yes or no. Are you 100% certain that online voting is as secure as in person? It's my question. Yes or no?
I think the clerk has tried to answer your question the best he can. But Mr. Clerk, if you can add anything or clarify.
Thank you. And Councillor, I wish I could give you a yes or no answer, but administering elections is not a yes or no answer scenario. And internet voting and in-person voting are two different voting systems that have two different approaches. And so to say 100% that one is equal to the other, it's not feasible. In fact, the legislation makes it clear.
Sir, if I may, I'm going to ask for the fourth time. I've said it twice. You've read it back. I'm coming back in. My question's not going to change. Sir, as the clerk and as the elections officer of this municipality, here is my question. Are you 100% certain? There's no 101. It's 100 is 100. It's the way it is in math. Are you 100% certain that online voting is as secure as online? I'm not here to debate online versus in person. My question is, are you, Mr. Clerk, are you as the elections officer 100% certain that the online elections that through your experience is as secure as your in person? Because there's going to be a follow-up, sir. So I'm going to ask you again. You've now given us two different answers. All I'm asking you, please, give us the answer to my question.
Okay, Councillor Munch, Mr. Clerk, you can take one more shot at this, but I mean, I think he has given you an answer, Councillor Munch.
What is that? Because I didn't hear.
And the best, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, so I'll let him answer. But I would. He's going to give you this answer, and if you're not satisfied with that, you're going to have to move on because I'm not going to allow you to ask the same question.
Fair enough. I'm happy to give.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. I can't answer your question because you're essentially asking me to compare apples and oranges. They are two very different voting systems, each with their own benefits, risks, and challenges. I have said that I am confident in our ability to execute both in-person paper ballots with optical scan vote tabulators and online voting in a manner that is consistent with the expectations of the Municipal Elections Act, and confident that we can do so to ensure a fair, legislatively compliant election.
Councillor Munch.
Okay, so let's go there then. You just used the term security. I'm going to go there. You said you're as secure. How many communications did you receive by phone, email, text, or through other council members or outside did you receive about security concerns in this online election?
Mr. Clerk can answer that.
I don't have a quantifiable number about that, but we certainly had concerns expressed to us.
In the last municipal election, how many concerns did you have?
Do you mean the 2018 municipal elections?
That is the last municipal election, yes.
Well, I apologize, but I can't recall what concerns, if any, we received during that election.
So if you don't recall any concerns in 2018 and you received some concerns that are coming to mind now, would it be fair to say you received more concerns in this online election than you did during the 2018 election?
Without information in front of me, that's a difficult question to answer. I would say that we had different concerns expressed to us in this election, simply because it was the first citywide election that used online voting.
You gave testimony here, sir, that in your statement that you can't compare apples and oranges and that you have confidence. Yet you've also said now that you've received concerns this voting online mayor election, but you don't recall anything in the last election. Do you have records of concerns from the 2018 election? Of concerns? Did you ever tabulate that?
Through Mr. Mayor, we certainly keep records to the extent that I'm allowed legislatively. I'm actually required to destroy many election records at 120-day marks. Lessons learned, at least. My point was that offhand, I do not recall the concerns that were expressed in 2018. That was, almost 4 years ago, and I've run 2 by-elections since. Clearly, front in mind is, and I'm only saying concerns because that is what you've indicated, or people expressed to us their concerns. Were front in mind because the by-election was only a couple of weeks ago. So they're obviously front in mind for me right now. I would say that things that were expressed to us as a concern, and I'm sure people have their list of things that were concerned, we addressed, or we were aware that people might express the concerns, and we weren't concerned because of the policies, processes, procedures that we had in place.
Do you keep a record of concerns as a tabulation through an Excel spreadsheets, for example, or any type of format of concerns?
To Mr. Mayor, no, we certainly keep a record of anything in the short term of specific issues that we might ongoing address, but in an election, and when you go 4 years to 4 years or by-elections in between, it's thematic lesson learned. We use the thematic approach to address the bigger picture issues that come up.
So you're not tracking the number of people that raise concerns from one election to another election. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Mayor, I would say that we have records, but we don't track the number because we address the concerns that are raised. If we had received, and we did throughout the 2022 mayoral by-election, concerns, whether by email or phone, or even the media, we addressed those. We provided response, we provided answers, we explained the process.
If I ask you as a clerk that I would like to know how many snowplow complaints we had, does our organization track how many snowplow or access complaints we have?
Through Mr. Mayor, I do believe Access Richmond Hill tracks the number of calls that they receive on that.
So we track snowplow, but we don't track election. So we're saying that our democracy of protection for our system is not tracked, and we have people around the world and democracies around the world that try to protect their democracy to a very high level. And we've had situations where people are concerned. our organization and our clerk and our elections officer does not track that, but we track snowplow complaints.
Okay, so Councillor Munch.
Again, I'm not finished. Thank you.
No, but you know what? You're actually, your line of questioning is very aggressive, and you've been getting the answer, but you're not satisfied with the answer that you're getting. So
I'm going to
I
say
would ask you
again. That's up to me. And what are you saying now, sir?
I'm asking you that you've asked a number of questions more than one time in different ways. The clerk has done his best. I am quite convinced to give you the answers that you require based on your questions, but you don't, asking it more than once is not the way we do things around here. So
with the greatest respect, Chair, when I ask a question and I don't get the response to my question, I have to answer several times and you interrupt me. I'm finding it interesting. I asked a yes or no question. You allowed the deviation of that. And now you're badgering me because I asked for a yes or no answer. And the chair and the clerk and the elections officer.
Okay, finish up with your line of questioning.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't take time off my time.
Don't
follow procedure.
I am following procedure. I do not want you to be.
Why are you interrupting me then?
You've got a few more seconds to go. Go ahead, and then you're done.
I didn't see the 1 minute warning, but leave it aside. Stop interrupting me.
The 1 minute warning was on a little while ago. Go ahead. You're finish up.
Please stop interrupting me, sir. I don't interrupt you. I ask you, please don't interrupt me. Thank you. So I find it very, very scary that we are not tracking when we know. We had emails and other members of council received emails of people going to the ombudsman saying about concerns about our security. We are now, I asked if they keep a record. We don't, but we keep a record of things like snow plow and grass cutting, but not of our democracy when people are saying that we got monkey business in our elections. And I'm going to say to you, as somebody who won by 21 votes, monkey business is not something that we should be taken for granted. And I'm saddened that there are members of council that don't take our safety and security of our system as a paramount priority over convenience or other reasons. And I'm saddened that the inconsistency, and we were warned.
Councillor Munch, can you wrap up, please? Your time is up.
Go ahead. I'm saddened that we had a consultant of this to us who raised concerns about this exact case. We can go back to the tape. And here we are today. Councillor Chan said he knew it in his communication today. We have communications to the clerk, and we know of others.
Okay, your time is up. Your time is up, Councillor Munch. You're way over time now. This is not fair.
The motion on timing because all of us here.
The next person on the speakers list is myself. I will just speak very briefly.
There is a second round, right? I mean, it's the second round, right?
Yes. I appreciate all of the comments that have been made here today. I think one thing that has been said, but I just want to emphasize it too, is that we're not necessarily going ahead with very much certainty on what the COVID situation is looking like, and online voting is a very good antidote in case we're in a situation where people are not willing to go out or not able to go out. So I will be in favor of this. I think we have had one round of speaking already. I think we're getting towards the end of that. I do see Councillor DiPaolo's hand up, and Councillor Munch has expressed an interest for a second round. Go ahead, Councillor DiPaolo.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor West. And just one question: can we not include a provision that the voter has to upload a photo identification?
Exactly.
Like when you go into a polling station, you show your ID and you get a ballot.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. If I might, through Mr. Mayor, firstly, and just a cautionary tale that council is not supposed to direct me on how to conduct an election. I perform it as an independent statutory officer. Council is limited to deciding what the voting methods. But more importantly, as was pointed out throughout the by-election, if I might, the issue about photo identification, the legislation is very clear. People do not have to provide photo identification to get a ballot in any circumstances. If you are talking about a paper ballot, the legislation is very, very clear. You just show a piece of ID, and it comes from a regulation, the list is about this long, that shows your name and address. There is no photo ID requirement.
That's good. Thank you. So I think it comes down, I understand that there are some concerns remaining. I respect those concerns, but I think at the end of the day.
Point of order.
we need to make, point of order by Councillor Munch, go ahead.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't believe that is right at all. As a previous officer of both the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario.
Okay, what's your point of order, Councillor Munch?
There was information just said that you do not need to have government issued photo identification.
No, excuse me, no, we're.
That is pretty significant.
This is the clerk speaking on as the electoral official. I'm quite confident that he knows what he's talking about. What I was trying to say is that we need to make a decision here whether we're comfortable with this or not. I understand and respect the concerns that members have had, but I think when we can talk about this till the end of the day, but we need to make a decision. Are we comfortable enough with the information that we have or not? So I would ask us to keep the comments brief because, I really do believe we're going over some of the same ground that we're going on. So Councillor DiPaolo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So, I understand that it's not for us to direct the clerk and how he conducts this, but I just wish it were considered that as much as possible it mimics the live in-person situation where a list of acceptable identification could be provided, and that so you need to have something on that list to get yourself able to vote, just to prove that you are actually you. It's clear. It looks like this is where this is going. So I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the time to speak.
Okay, Councillor Munch.
So it's clear to me that we don't keep a record of concern. We all on council have received communications. I know of people that online said that this is the way to do it, to do monkey business. We had to send a notification out about the ramifications for doing misrepresenting. Mr. Clerk and election officer, in the last 2018 election, did we send out a communication about how not to commit fraud in an election? Do you know? Do you remember?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, first, if I might clarify, when you ask me if I keep a record of complaints or concerns, you ask me if I keep them like an Excel spreadsheet of them. No. That being said, what I do is every single email that we received and every response that we gave to those, we retain those for 120 days in accordance with the provisions of the Election Act. So I have those. I can't share them with you because that's personal information that I'm not allowed or permitted to share. I can tell you, and I don't have the voter notification card from 2018, that we always provide notice of offenses. The suggestion that the communication that we sent out about potential voter fraud, I believe were your words, was in response to concerns raised in the public is actually not true. That was actually part of our plan to build communications around the election. We don't tell everything at the beginning because, we convey a lot of information over the course of an election. So as things become more relevant, such as, you've received your voter information card, so here's what that means, or you didn't, we build on that and then provide the information. That was part of our communications plan to address those issues all along, and was notified. Actually, the offenses were listed right on the voter information card and notification package.
Councillor Munch.
So I'll ask the question again. Thank you for the information.
No, you're not asking the same question again. That's not, I will not allow that.
So you don't want?
This is getting very close to not being a proper line of questioning to a respected employee that we have in the town.
If I ask,
this cannot continue.
So then, through you, the chair, then why don't you tell me the questions I can ask? Because if I'm not able to ask a question and get an answer, what questions can I ask?
If you have a new question to ask, then ask it.
I haven't got the answer to my question yet. I asked in 2018 did we send a communication similar
The
to what we did in
the answer
2022?
to that was, yeah, I believe was yes. There was always an
The
awareness.
answer is
of-
yes. Is that your position? Clerk, can you confirm that? The mayor now said that you sent a communication in 2018 to the voters, very similar to what you did this election. If that's true, I'd like to have a copy of that, please. As per the mayor's request there, I am requesting now the clerk to give me a copy of that communication that was sent out in
Mr.
2018.
Clerk, can I ask you to clarify that for Councillor Munch?
Thank you. To Mr. Mayor, I believe what I said is that in 2018, we certainly provided notification of offenses under the Act. We provide notification of offenses under the Act in every single election. It's actually a requirement of the Act for us to provide that notice. I said, I do believe, although I'm not certain because I don't have it.
No, the mayor said he was certain, and the mayor now made an attestation on your behalf that you answered yes. Are you, now what's right? Is the mayor incorrect or are you incorrect? The mayor made an attestation, said my question was answered and that you gave that communication. The mayor made that very clear. And I'm going to send you an email right now asking for a confirmation of that, just for everybody knows right now, and I'll copy all members of council. The mayor now said at 4:35, 2 minutes ago, that the clerk has sent communication out and you've done that before. Now, he said I asked the question once, I'm not going to ask the question again. Mayor, are you familiar? Is there something, should we ask an investigation? Is there something going on that we don't know about?
Excuse me.
Why are you answering?
Councillor, stick to the line of questioning, please. Thank you.
So I'm going to send the email. I'm going to say what I heard. I asked a specific question. The mayor answered and you're answering, and I'm going to ask for validation to that effect. So everybody's clear. And I'm going to copy members of council. In 2022, there was a communication sent out specifically about what is supposed to be done with regard to voter. I would like to know, as per the mayor's attestation on this council meeting, as per my question, that you said, and that he verified, that you said that you've done this before.
Councillor Munch, I'm trying to move this along and have you not be browbeating the clerk. I'm asking you, no, sir, I'm asking you to not be asking the same question more than one time. That is the purpose of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to get to the answers. Finish your line of questioning, please.
So, because we don't have a report as to how many people raised concerns in our election in 2018, and the clerk has not said that he's creating as he said, an Excel spreadsheet. I use that term as well. I'm just looking for a report, not for privacy issues. And as safety and security is a very important concern for me, for democracy, maybe not for some of you, certainly a priority for me. And when I know that people have communicated that they had concerns, and the clerk also confirmed that people had gone to him to have concerns, and Councillor Chan, who moved the motion, also said that he's aware that there were some concerns during his deliberation. I find it interesting when I asked the question, are you 100% sure? And you said, yes, I'm 100% certain. It's different apples and oranges. I find it interesting. So I'm going to send an email based upon your statements of confirmation to members of council when we asked about safety and security, and I asked specific line of questioning, and the mayor and you confirm that. I'll accept that. My line's question. I just want to make sure that we're clear, and I'm going to carry this right through because I'm not going to have monkey business.
Councillor Munch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That is it for the speakers list. We have a motion in front of us. Mr. Clerk, could you put that up on the screen? Oh, we've got Councillor Pirelli to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. On behalf of certain members of council, I want to apologize to Mr. Hike. I really feel bad. That's all I can say. This is really unacceptable. Thank you.
Okay, there is a motion in front of us. It is on the screen. I think there's been a recorded vote asked for by Councillor Silovitz. So Mr. Hike.
Thank you. To Mr. Mayor, voting on the motion of Councillor Chan, seconded by Councillor Silovitz. Councillor Silovitz.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Barros.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Munch. Councillor Munch, please. Sorry.
You need to speak
I-
The button won't go off. No.
Thank you, Councillor Munch. Regional Local Councillor DePaula.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor West.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. And Regional Local Councillor Pirelli. Apologize. Regional Local Councillor Pirelli, please.
Regional Council Pirelli, you're being asked to vote.
Please. Regional Local Councillor Pirelli, in accordance with the procedure bylaw, I'm going to have to record you as a no in a second if you don't vote when I call upon you. So please.
Sorry, hello?
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor, I do need your vote on the motion. Yes or no?
I missed the question, sorry. I apologize, my audio wasn't working.
Thank you. Regional Local Councillor Parley, it's your vote on the motion of Councillor Chan, seconded by Councillor Silovitz, to approve the internet voting process as moved. Please.
I'm just reading the end of the motion, Mr. Ike. Do we know how much, can we separate 1, 2, and 3?
No, I don't think that's possible. We're taking the vote right now, Councillor. We need
I understand. I just that
we're halfway through the vote. You need to vote.
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it.
Well, I'm sorry, but you need to vote. We've been talking
That's the
about this
problem
now
with
for quite some
technology
time.
sometimes.
We need you to vote.
I abstain.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can't read the motion. I can't vote on something I didn't read.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that motion does carry.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last item, sorry, not the last item, the last delegation we have is 12.9. Mr. Peabody and Mr. Fairchild from Electra Utilities. I'm hoping they're still there. Okay. Okay, I think we've got Mr. Fairchild on, and okay, which one of you would like to speak? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of Electra Utilities, I'd like to thank the mayor and members of council for allowing me to speak to you today. As this council is aware, the Urbicon Properties Limited has plans to build a number of data center buildings within the Barker Business Park. Urbicon has applied to Electra for electrical service. They've met all technical and financial requirements. Contracts have been executed between Urbicon and Electra to provide power. As an obligation of our distribution system license, as well as our right under the Electricity Act, we are at that point where we must connect them. Within the business park, there are several existing businesses. Urbicon currently has 2 operational facilities themselves. The current power requirements of the business park and the surrounding residential homes are supplied from the existing line on the east side of Leslie Street. Additional power is required to service Urbicon Data Center 3 and 4. Their published plans include another 2 data centers, Data Center 5 and 6. The Urbicon ultimate build-out represents 130 megawatts. To put that into perspective, that represents 52,000 homes. Currently, all of Richmond Hill draws 300 megawatts during the summer peak. Our original pole line to supply DC 3 and 4 consists of 4 circuits. The average pole lengths were 86 feet. The design was approved by the Road Authority, York Region, as well as the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority as it relates to those areas which pass through sensitive environmental lands. Electra participated in 2 community town halls hosted by the local councillor. We presented the plans for the area, listened to the concerns of the residents, and took that back to review alternative servicing options. Specifically, the residents were looking for an underground cable solution opposed to the overhead pole line design. They opposed the pole line on the west side of Leslie Street. specifically between Major Mackenzie and Elgin Mills. For completeness, it should be noted there are 2 sections of construction. To date, we have engaged those residents for section 1. A construction notification letter will go out to the other residents for section 2 later this month. And we are happy to have a community town hall for that as well. Working with the acting mayor and regional or local councillor last year, we agreed to move forward with a consolidated option referred to as option 4 in staff report SRPI 22038. While this option still calls for a pole line on the west side of Leslie Street, the consolidated option, meaning the existing street light poles also on the west side, would be removed and the associated luminaires would be transferred to the hydro poles. We have been working with Richmond Hill's engineering department on the streetlight design since last summer. This option reduces the average pole length from 86 feet to 75 feet, as well as avoids having 2 separate pole lines running along the same side of the road. Once again, Electra has received all necessary approvals to install these shorter poles along the west side of Leslie Street. Urbicon has been very accommodating throughout this process. In fact, they explored other alternative options on their own and brought them forward to Electra. Unfortunately, the options are limited for this magnitude of power. Underground construction along arterial roads is typically reserved for areas that have unique technical or operational challenges. The most cost-effective solution is generally overhead. The equivalent underground option ranged from 6 to 8 times the cost on average. Undergrounding is cost prohibitive for bringing power to this site. Overhead construction along arterial roads is common practice in North America and is no exception within Electra's service territory. It is typical to see 2 circuits and 4 circuit pole lines on arterial roads. These roads form the main networks for which power flows throughout our communities, including Richmond Hill. It is not uncommon to have residential subdivisions backing on or siding onto such roads. It is important to note that the Electra infrastructure is installed within the public road allowance. Electra is seeing greater intensification throughout our territory. In order to meet the growing needs of the communities we serve, pole lines are getting bigger and are often required on both sides of the public road allowance. Mayor West and members of council, it is Electra's opinion that today's discussion and decision that needs to be made is not around which supply option to select, but rather approving the additional funding necessary to transfer the streetlights onto the hydro poles as called for by option 4. We have engaged and worked in good faith and in the spirit of cooperation, paused construction on 2 separate occasions, incurred additional project costs, and altered the final design. The project can no longer afford any further interruptions and construction needs to resume immediately. Any delay in decision here is holding up providing power to Data Center 3, which has already had full site plan approval and is preparing to open its doors this summer. I'm asking for this council to approve the necessary funding today for the city's share towards option 4, being the consolidated hydro streetlight pole line design. Thank you for allowing Electra to speak to this matter, and I'll remain online here to answer any questions. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I go to the local ward councillor, who I know has been very engaged in this issue for quite some time, Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for the delegates, and thank you for your patience. I know you've been waiting since 9:30 this morning. As much as I appreciate you speaking to council today, there's a lot of details that I cannot agree with. Honestly, I don't know where to start. We've been fighting this fight since May 2021 with the residents. I would like to first of all thank the then acting mayor, DePaula, for engaging the residents. You know, you've been a big help to the residents. Unfortunately, that might not be the outcome that the residents are looking for. And also thank you, the newly elected mayor. You know, I brought this to his attention, and I know that he take his time out of his busy schedule to talk to different departments in Electra. But unfortunately, I have a residents meeting last night once I see this report coming out yesterday at 1 p.m. It's kind of surprising, and it caught my residents off guard with this report coming out at 1 p.m., which they don't have time to respond. And I want to reiterate that the residents and myself have never agreed with option 4. I want to repeat that. It seems like there are lots of options, but we are forced to choose one option. So I think that's not fair to my residents. And I also would like to thank many residents, spending their time, over the past 9 months, especially, shout out to Mr. Glenn Staplock. He actually wrote me a summary for today's meeting. And Manny and Kayla, thank you so much. I'm just going to read out what Mr. Staplock has prepared for me, because I only have 5 minutes, with no consultation to the residents and with no concern or sympathy for residents. I don't think this is right. I understand, Electra is an independent utility company. They have all the power, but, you cannot, you just can't, hijack, I don't know what's the right word, the residents' quality of life. This has been a huge impact to many residents. As Mr. Fairchild mentioned, it's 2 parts. This is not over yet. We still have to go all the way north to Elgin Mills, and we still have to face another hundreds of households who will be directly impacted by this. I'm sure, there is other options to deal with this. The residents all along has been only asking that, to go underground, not the whole grid. It's all they're asking is, can those in front of their houses go underground, or can they just go to the east side of the street instead of just right in front of their front door? So this is very disappointing, and for the reason that this report came out at 1 p.m. yesterday, my residents, they don't have a chance to actually look at it. I know there's a time sensitivity here, but I respectfully, I would like to make a referral motion. I want to refer this to February 23rd so that I can have time to engage with my residents. If needed, within this 2 weeks, I'll bring Electra along to meet with the residents. Okay, so I'm going to make a referral motion first. Okay, Mr. Clerk, I want to refer this staff report to the February 23rd meeting. And in the meantime, I request that no construction be resumed after the resolution from February 23rd. And thirdly, I would like to, council as a whole, send a letter to our MP, MPP, Premier, York Region, the Board of Directors of Electra, requesting them to review this project and engage with the residents. That's my motion today, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Liu. I think Councillor Pirelli, you're looking to second this?
Yes. Okay. Wow, this is a really tough situation. I attended Councillor Liu's residents meeting last night, and I concur with the local councillor that I just, for myself, I want to find out what the residents want. I understand Electra's position absolutely, unequivocally. What I want to figure out is what can we, as members of council, do to help alleviate the angst in the community. I think if we have a couple of weeks, we can, Councillor Liu will engage his residents we may come up with one of the other options, right? We'll figure out who will pick up the cost. Is it going to be burying the whole thing? Is it going to be moving it to the east side? Who's going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for it? Maybe we'll engage Urbicon, whatever we have to do. But as I said to Councillor Liu and the people on the Zoom call last night, the first thing we need to find out is, what is the pulse of the community? What is the option that they're looking for before we even begin to debate it? And so today is not the time to debate that issue. Let's find out in the next couple of weeks what the issue is. And Councillor Liu will bring the pulse of his community to us, and we collectively will come up with a solution. Those are my comments. Happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else on the motion to refer? Okay, I have a couple of questions. I have had not a lot of time, but I have certainly delved into this as much as I can in the time that I've been in the mayor's position. And, I am very sympathetic to the residents. I think they are, their concerns are valid. I mean, they did not have hydro poles like this outside of their houses, and now all of a sudden the prospect of them having these poles is going to be there. So I totally understand. I was able to tune into the residents meeting last night, and I certainly heard a lot of concerns. They were very articulate. I thank Councillor Liu for being a great advocate for his community. But the problem that I have is that, in the phone calls that I've made, and in the research that I have done on this issue, I am very confident that the choices that we have right now about burying or moving the hydro lines are so very expensive, and the burden of that cost would not be free to the taxpayers of Richmond Hill. I understand that. As Councillor Pirelli said, I do understand the situation that Electra finds itself in. They are obligated in their mandate to provide power to new development like they're describing here, and the right of way along a regional road like that in Richmond Hill is the corridor that we supply that power. I also realize that Electra, I think, has worked in good faith to whatever degree that they were able to within their mandate in delaying this and not going ahead with it when they first started the construction. But I don't believe that Richmond Hill Council has the direct power within our jurisdiction to be able to completely dictate the actions of Electra. And I mean, we certainly have the power to influence it. And I think that's, in fairness, what Councillor Liu is trying to do for his residents. And I think that's very admirable. And I think, you've got to ask these questions. But I think the questions have been asked. And I would ask one more question. I mean, to either Mr. Fairchild, the motion on the floor is to delay this until February 23rd. I am all about the ability to get more input, and if that's a viable option at this point in time, I think that would be great. But I guess I'd like to specifically know your comments on the implications of this from your perspective.
Thank you. The client has certainly indicated that the requirement for power to their site, they do need that in the month of June, and there's a considerable amount of construction to occur between now and June. So from the client's perspective, they are expecting power there. They, of course, I have to leave it up to them, but they are a data center. They will be, I'm sure, having contracts and leasing space for their customers. So I'm sure as their impact, what their recourse would be to Electra, to Richmond Hill for delaying this further. I can't speak to that. I can say that, we did do 2 town hall meetings, extensive meetings. We did meet with the acting mayor and Councillor Yu to discuss and presented options. So we have explored this, and we've arrived at the best possible supply option is to consolidate the existing streetlights onto the poles, onto the hydro poles, which effectively lowers the overall height of those poles, moves them a little bit closer to the curb. So I'm not, there is no funding mechanism for undergrounding. As I said, it's 6 to 8 times the cost, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I am very concerned at the risk to the municipality that we would be facing if we delayed this. I am very sorry to be in a virtually impossible situation right now, and I don't appreciate it. I mean, this is absolutely the last thing that I would like to see happen. But unfortunately, and I mean this very sincerely, unfortunately, I will not be able to support the referral that's on the floor. I think that does pose some significant possible risk to the municipality, that this has been delayed a number of times before. And I am very aware of the impending deadline that is coming up with both Electra and I suspect Urbicon as well. So those would be my comments. Did I see another? Okay, sorry, Councillor Silovitz and Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Fairchild, for speaking, and to Councillor Liu for his meeting last night. And we heard, well, for me for the second time, the concerns of the residents, and there are indeed concerns. We can't get away from that. But with the deadline that you're referring to, Mr. Fairchild, I am concerned, as with Mayor West, how does that affect us as a municipality? So if I may, and to our city solicitor, Tony, and Tony, I'm sorry just to drop this on you, but it's just an ask if you can help us with this. To you, Mr. Mayor, to our city solicitor, if we do pass a motion to delay this further, even if it's only 2 weeks, does the corporation place itself in a position of risk by becoming this the hammer in the wheel that stops this entire this entire project from moving forward? And that would be a big concern, because then there's liability here for the corporation. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. DeMilta.
Mr. DeMilta?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Fairchild touched on it, that the Electricity Act is clear that no consent is required from the local municipality in terms of the anticipated works. So I hope that answers the question. Yeah.
No, that does. So because through you once again, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. DeMilta, so because they are regulated by the Electricity Act, which is a provincial act, that would trump anything that us as a second-tier municipality can do to attempt to change any of this. Is that correct?
Mr. DeMilta, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the answer to that, as far as and I'm no expert on the Electricity Act, but Section 3 of the Electricity Act does say that, notwithstanding anything in the Municipal Act, that essentially that the Electricity Act governs. And further down in the Electricity Act is where the provisions state that no consent is required, there's no compensation, And it goes on that essentially that Electra can do this unilaterally as it relates to the local municipality.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. DeMilta.
Okay, right, Councillor Silovitz, can I just interrupt for a moment? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Councillor Barros, can you just confirm that you're still there? Okay, it's would appear
Yeah,
that
I've been here the whole time.
Well, that's fine.
I just
can't
explained I'm having video.
Yeah, I can't see you, so we are now. You're the fifth person to. So we need to know that you're there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Silovitz. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
That's okay. No worries. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is, as Mayor West said, this is a very difficult decision for the city to make. I 100% appreciate the concerns and the complaints of Councillor Liu's residents in this area. 100%. I understand and I accept them that they have every right to be annoyed with what is going, with what has happened. And I fully support Councillor Liu's support of his residents. However, I am of the same opinion as Mayor West, especially after hearing our city solicitor give just a little bit more information with regards to the Electricity Act. We as a corporation need to tread very carefully here. We want to protect our residents. We want to hear their voices. We want them to be able to speak and have their concerns up front. If I may be so bold, and with all respect, perhaps Mr. Fairchild, Mr. Paberdi, when you come to your next construction such as this, and if it is further up, Leslie, on near the top of Elgin Mills, perhaps hopefully from this particular instance, you would have learned that maybe you can do things just a little bit different that could allay some of the concerns of the established residents who live in houses that are their homes and their entire investment. So it might behoove the big guy to gently look at the little guy just a little bit closer. And perhaps if that had happened in this particular instance, not faulting anybody, but if that had happened in this particular instance, thank you, perhaps none of this would have happened. So those really are my comments. Councillor Liu, I totally understand your reasoning, but I think that it's been made pretty clear to us that we as a municipality should not be doing anything here that precludes this work from continuing. And I bemoan the fact that, unfortunately, in my opinion, Electra did not do this in the best possible way to ensure that residents and the local councillor were not so negatively affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Silovitz. Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you, Electra. Mr. Fairchild, looks like you have another colleague of you there as well. I also attended the virtual residents meeting hosted by Councillor Liu last night. And I'm also aware that the acting mayor, DePaula, and Councillor Liu actually had meeting.
We don't. Okay. Councillor Chan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. We have lost quorum. Councillor Barros, Regional and Local Councillor DePaulo, Councillor Munch, Regional Local Councillor Pirelli, if you could turn on your video so that we can achieve quorum.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, you like me to pose a question and then.
Thank you. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Chan.
Well, thank you, Regional Councillor DePaula. I was just making complimenting you as well as Councillor Liu last year of meeting with residents there. It came to mind. It's similar to what myself as a local councillor, helping residents to deal with wireless tower. It's similar situation in the sense that the municipality don't have the authority or jurisdiction over. However, we could try to reason with the provider, in this case, Electra, hearing what the concerns from the residents and the local representative and the acting mayor in the past. Has there any consideration being given and maybe addressed in the report that was sent out yesterday? And I think that was talking about maybe it's too expensive. Only doing on the east side of Leslie. Now, maybe it's too late now for the portion that has been started, but I'm also hearing that is another phase, perhaps from where it's now, going further north onto Elgin Mills. Was that any consideration or contingency through Mr. Chair to Mr. Fairchild that could be anything? Moving those posts to the east side of Leslie. If not for this portion, at least for the next portion, because you'll be faced the same kind of ends from residents, local councillor, and some of us.
Mr. Fairchild, can you provide some insight onto that?
Yes, thank you. There is an existing 2-circuit pole line on the east side. Those 2 circuits supply the existing customers within the business park, as well as the surrounding residents in the area. The requirements for the data center is, at this point, for data center 3 and 4, requires 4 new circuits. And so we are limited to a maximum of 4 circuits on a pole line. So it's really not possible to have 6 circuits on the east side. And there is one option in the report that looked at the possibility of rebuilding the east side for 4 circuits, but it would still require 2 circuits on the west side. And the reason for it all having to be overhead is, again, back to the argument that looking at the costing to underground those lines is cost prohibitive to do. There is no one to fund that. It cannot be charged to the customer, and Electra's rate base could not support that investment. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I hope, learning from experience for the second phase that Mr. Fairchild is talking about, I hope that it will be in terms of communications, in terms of managing, what's the term I'm looking for, expectations. It could be very improved, because using a scenario I use for the wireless matter, or the so-called cell tower, the industry actually has a protocol in terms of communication with municipalities, as well as the community members. So I hope that may be something to consider. So I have to say, I understand the operational challenges, constraints the company is operating within. But you know what? Maybe if Richmond Hill did not sell our share, that actually we are one of the shareholders sitting on the board. So on that front, I don't remember the move for the motion. Councillor New, you have including the board of also the company, because they are, thank you for affirming that, because they are our colleagues actually sitting somewhere in Markham or somewhere else, and they are the major shareholders. So this is a corporate issue. Perhaps we can exert our kind of bringing to their attention. Would you like that to do that to your community? It's just a thought. I will be supporting Councillor New's motion. I do understand the constraints, but thank you, Mr. Fairchild and your colleague, for appearing. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for me to ask questions and share my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that might exhaust our speakers. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Barros, go ahead. Oh, and Councillor Liu in a second round. or a wrap up. We'll figure that out. Go ahead, Councilor Barros.
Thank you. I'm looking at this and there's really no pretty ending to this, no matter how we slice or dice it. But I would like to move an adjournment until Friday morning at 9:30. In a few minutes, I'm going to have to leave. As Councillor Pirelli indicated earlier, it is my 50th birthday today, and friends and family have plans for me tonight, so I will be going to that. And looking at the agenda, there is still an awful lot for us to get through. And I think that an adjournment till Friday morning at 9:30 would be appropriate. It would also give, it wouldn't give a lot of time, but it would give Councillor Liu a little bit of extra time to correspond with his residents and be able to come back Friday morning, everyone with a fresh head to make a decision on this. I don't believe that deferring it is going to be something that is going to be long lasting and helpful. So that's my motion.
Mr. Clerk, can you give us a rundown on the possibility of that motion at this time?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Section 5.6.6 of the procedure bylaw says motion to adjourn the meeting is brought for the purpose of closing the meeting, must include a date and time at which the meeting will be reconvened. If there are matters still remaining on the agenda, may only be amended or debated as to the date and time at which the meeting will be reconvened, and requires a majority vote to pass.
Okay, and that supersedes whatever motion is on the floor at the time?
That is correct. So you would need, if I might advise, you would need a seconder, and then you would proceed to consider that motion to adjourn.
Okay, Councillor Pirelli, I assume that's to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admittedly, you know, I stated earlier I was involved in a motor vehicle head-on collision on the weekend. This has been a very long day for me. I'm getting extremely tired. I need to rest. Dinner's coming. We would have to break regardless for dinner. It's going to be a very, very long night. We need to give every issue on the agenda its due consideration. And there are some serious issues coming up. So I'm happy to second the motion and continue very fresh. First thing Friday morning. I suspect it's Friday because tomorrow we have regional council meeting and could not do it tomorrow. Otherwise, we would be doing it tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, I hope that members of council can accommodate this request. Thank you.
Okay, the motion on the floor is for an adjournment. Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Okay, I would be happy to speak. This has been a very long day, and I think in some respects, you know, we certainly had a lot of debate. I'm not sure necessarily I agreed with all of the debate that we have had, but you know, unfortunately, there are some things that are really important that are still pending on this agenda, and you know, this is an unfortunate situation for all of us because we are, you know, we are members of council. We have a responsibility to, you know, finish what we've started, and we started this meeting today. So I will not be able to, as much as I am also fairly tired, and I agree with you that we would have to be breaking soon anyway for dinner, but my intention would have been to come back after that and finish the meeting. So my feeling at this time was I will not support that motion, and it'll be up to other members of council to decide what they want to do. So is there anybody else that wants to speak to that? Okay, well, seeing none, all those in recorded vote from Councillor Silowitz.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, voting on the motion to adjourn this meeting until 9:30 a.m. on Friday, February 11th, 2022. Councillor Silowitz.
No.
Thank you. Regional Local Councillor DePaula.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Liu.
No.
Thank you. Mayor West.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Barros.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
No.
Thank you. Regional Local Councillor Pirelli.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Munch. Councillor Munch. Councillor Munch.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. The motion to adjourn fails to carry.
Okay, carrying on with the motion that we have in front of us, we've got Councillor Pirelli, you're speaking to on a second round to this motion in front of us?
Doesn't matter.
What's the motion in front of us?
The motion in front of us is what we've been dealing with for the last little while, to defer the decision on this Electra issue.
No, I'd like to move that we take a break for dinner from 5:30 till 7.
Yeah, I would like to finish up this agenda item, and then we would probably be breaking for dinner at around that time. So is there anybody else speaking on Councillor Liu? Just a minute. Sorry, Councillor Liu. Councillor Pirelli, is this about the item in front of us?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, look, I understand that Electra is doing what Electra has to do, and that they've had consultation with us. I still think we need to try for the residents. That's all. And you know, we have to try. And who knows, maybe there will be a miracle and something will come out of it. But those are my comments.
Okay, Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, the Councillor Pirelli's and Councillor Chen for your support. On behalf of my resident, really appreciate your kind words. I'll be very brief. I know everybody's tired, but first of all, my resident and myself won't be threatened by a lawsuit because of this, because this is a huge impact to their quality of life. And our job here is to protect their quality of life. This report came out once again yesterday at 1 p.m. None of my residents have time to able to digest this. And I think our council members, don't have time to digest this report, because not only that staff recommending option 4, there is also $1. Sorry, I'm looking at the amount. Okay, there is a cost for the city, and all along we have not discussed about this sum of money, even though it's like $250,000 or $2.5 million. But we need to discuss about the cost, and I don't understand why Richmond Hill has to bear this cost in the first place. My residents are not happy with the height of the poles now because they think the wires are closer to their roof. It will have a negative impact to them. And you know what, talking about, sorry, I've been here and there, talking about the cost for going underground, the cost for redesign, everything. I know there's a cost for it, but please, the impact on my residents' property value will far exceed the cost that illustrated, in other options. I really want council members to consider that. That's why I'm asking for a deferral. No, I'm asking for referral, so that, we can further discuss about this, because this is going to be a huge impact, not only health and safety, it's also the property value of my residents. Thank you.
Okay, I think that exhausts our speakers list. So to be clear, Mr. Clerk, this is a deferral to time and place. Councilor Liu, right? It's a deferral, not a referral. You're not looking for a staff report back. It's a deferral.
Fair enough.
If I might, Mr. Mayor.
Said referral. He said referral.
So, Councillor, I'm happy to refer. The challenge is that under the procedure by law, you can only refer to staff or another committee. Well, there is no other committee. So defer is to the same body. So council to council is always deferral. I believe I've captured your motion because it included a couple parts. It was to defer consideration of the staff report until the February 23rd meeting, to request Electra Utilities not to do any work until council consider this, and also to send correspondence on this matter to various individuals.
Fine with me, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so did all those in favor of this recorded vote, by Councillor Liu?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, voting on the motion of Councillor Liu, seconded by Regional Local Councillor Pirelli. Councillor Liu.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Munch. I need to hear you, Councillor. Apologize. Thank you. Councillor Munch. Thank you. Councillor Barros. Councillor Barros appears to be absent. Regional and Local Councillor DePaula.
Yes.
Thank you. Regional and Local Councillor Pirelli.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor West.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Silovitz.
No.
Thank you. The motion does carry.
Okay, thank you, members of council. It's 5:30. I think we need to break for dinner, and I would suggest perhaps we could be back at 6:30. Does that work? I think that works out fine. I'm getting nods. Okay, thank you very much. We'll recess until 6:30.